Hello, chat. I am alive. It's been a while. And I lied when I said last time. Just like, oh, I'm gonna stream a lot. Oh, where did the game go? Oh, there it is. Hello. I'm on campus again. So, um, let's hope the internet doesn't die. Hopefully it won't. Also, how are you doing today, Achilles, other than the fact that you need Discord Nitro? Okay. How am I gonna make this work again? Achilles, you want to play putt putt? Wait, what is putt putt? Is that just golf? I have brownie on my face? I do. Sorry, I was eating a brownie while we... They won't let me play putt putt unless Nitro. Oh! It's one of the Nitro games. See, like... Nitro's on sale. Yeah, in Discord VC, you can play games. Oh, yeah. Sobbing. Oh, no! Throwing up. Dying. Okay, what's up with everybody saying sobbing and throwing up? Because my friend, I sent a picture of the fox to my friend at school, and they also said, oh, sorry, no, they didn't say they didn't say crying and throwing up, they just said screaming and crying. But like, dying on my deathbed. Please don't die. That's not good. It's to express joy or great sadness. Throwing up? So it's interesting. Beyond what any words could express. Oh, I gotcha. Gotcha, yeah. It's throwing up with joy. Okay. Let's continue with the Chaos Head. But we do have a bit of a problem. I accidentally skipped through some of the dialogue at the beginning. You say you're throwing up and crying because when one is regurgitating food, it can be positive or negative. Same with hysterics. Oh, okay. I got you. So yeah, I accidentally skipped through some dialogue, and apparently it's lost because I can't look at the backlog again. So that sucks. Aiden Fake Gamer skip dialogue. I didn't mean to. I hit the wrong button and it skipped through some dialogue. So we're just gonna start at this random piece of dialogue at the beginning of chapter 3. 'Cause why not, you know? Alright. I don't know what term they're talking about, but you know what? We'll find out. I guess we will. I don't know. Otherwise, no one would ever associate. Oh, also, just letting you know, if there's any dialogue that is very sus, very sketchy, I thought the pile of blue in the background was a Miku plush face down. No, that is my comforter. See, okay, so we're gonna do a quick tour of the dorm room just from the seat. Here, wait. Is it in here? No, it is not. Well, we're gonna add a scene. We're gonna do quick tour of the dorm room. I hate the new Streamlabs, god damn it. Okay. Video capture device, where did you go? Oh, there it is. There we go. Hello, big screen. Okay. From what you can see right here, so this is my bed. Pile of blankets. And then you can see my cow, maybe the feet of my giraffe. Yeah, the feet of my giraffe. And then you can see, got Persona poster. MILF. And then on this side, We got an October star map because my astronomy teacher gave that to us. And then another Spy Family poster. That's about it. Oh, and also my sweater is hanging up there. That's basically it. Very boring dorm room. Though if you could see the mound of stuff on my desk because I haven't cleaned my desk in a while. Oh, and there goes my I have to restart this. Give me a second. There we go. We're back. Cool. It's very hectic on my desk. I have to clean it sometime, eventually. Either way. Let's continue on with the game. The men were wearing black suits, and the whole time they'd been here, they showed no signs of starting to clean anything. One of the men held a strange measuring device that looked like some kind of pendulum, and others were around him using it to take readings of some kind. They weren't staying in one place either. They were going all around Scramble Crossing and taking measurements they would then write onto a piece of paper. Right now, they were directly under a traffic light, silently watching the pendulum device. It made a sound. Guys, it's the men in black. A new high score? What is this, a video game? Wait, the cleaner. Wait, the janitor? Wait. No, I can't make that joke. Star's not here. God damn it. Point L2. 80. 62 mega GE. A new high score. 38 points higher than last month, huh? Just what we thought. But no one in Shibuya that night was watching the cleaning crew that closely, though. As soon as a passenger climbed into a cab, its driver quickly forgot about the cleaners. Oh no! Is this the next murder? Is it gonna be a taxi cab driver running over a bunch of cleaners? Well, cleaners, I guess. And most of the drunks had already passed out and were in no position to look at what was going on around them. The cabaret girls and prostitutes, finally free of the stress that came with the smiling and nasty drunks for hours, were getting into taxis to quickly return home. And so no one realized that the government had not announced any plans to clean the Scramble Crossing that night. Oh no, wait, no, we already saw the next murder. It was the vampire one. I forgot. It's been too long. It's the new generation madness. I can't bear it. So good. New gen number 1, the group dive. New gen number 2, the pregnant man. New gen number 3, the crucified. The vampirer? Okay, who's naming these things? It's very bad. Even after the weekend ended, the furor over the 4th new gen madness case, the vampirer showed no signs of slowing down. The corpse of a man drained completely of blood has skin turning a sickly, inhuman green. It was found in a toilet on the Shibuya Inokashira line. Not only that, a photo of the corpse was put up on an online auction site, and at about the same time the corpse was found. The bizarre, cruel nature of the murder meant the media and @channel were sure to leap on it. Oh yeah. I always read anonymous as an only mouse. I can see it, yeah. The message on the auction page had also attracted a lot of attention. There's a shortage of blood, of type B blood. Oh, I'm trying to remember. I know that was important last time, because didn't he get, I think he got handed a card with the same information on it. Large numbers of tissue packets advertising blood donations with the exact same text had been handed out in Shibuya. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I had a packet of them with me right now, thinking back. That strange text wasn't an ad for blood donations at all. It was an announcement predicting the next murder. Bum bum bum. The cops were looking out for the part-timers that had been handing them out, but nobody could find much of anything in the way of clues. There was something very different about Vampire compared to the previous cases. There had been signs of it during the crucified case, but this latest murder really felt like a theatrical crime, a spectacle meant for public consumption. Some pundits were suggesting things like bringing more cops into Shibuya or establishing a curfew for anybody under a certain age. But the number of young people visiting the city showed no sign of slowing down. Scramble Crossing and Center Street were as packed as ever. The net was in an uproar. Several snakes, or internet detectives, were going around Shibuya and giving live reports on what they saw, and popular news phrase was spreading among the youth of the city. Whose eyes are those? Oh. See, look what happens. You write an essay about whose eyes are those. You don't want anybody to know what they are, what that is. And then now it's all over the news. Congratulations, Takumi. You did it. It was spreading not just online, but among the DQNs who walked around the streets of Shibuya. On 8chan, people were putting the phrase at the end of messages that had nothing to do with New Gen. This week's Blood Tune didn't have enough Saratan. Whose eyes are those? The new weapons they added in the latest patch are kinda shit. Whose eyes are those? What kind of whose eyes are those is that? Like that. Why? That's so stupid. Unless there's like, I don't know. Is it turning into something like Based? New Gen was nothing but a source of fun for the youth of the city, but to me it was an absolute nightmare. Yeah, I bet. That said, 3 days after the vampire incident, I'd started to calm down. Of course, it was still in the back of my mind, but a solid week of ESO had helped me forget all the awful, unexplainable things that had happened. Today was a school day, and I'd even managed to make it through the day's classes by sleeping or thinking of rare ESO items. I'd grown up a little. And so, like always, I headed to At Cafe after school ended. I was happy to see that my designated spot, room 37, was open. It had been 2 weeks since the last time I'd come here. It was the first time there'd been such a long gap. The musty smell of the breeze coming in from the air conditioner, the stench of the cigarette smoke clinging to the manga, the pleasant feeling of the reclining seats, and the silence punctuated by the snoring of middle-aged men. It felt so good to be back. I looked at the chat log for the PC in room 37 too. And what I learned was, this whole thing was an act you put on. Shogun is you. The killer is you. I'm just kidding. I hadn't seen Yua since then. We were in different grades, and so I didn't go to school that often in the first place, so of course we wouldn't run into each other that often, but Yua's delusions were crazy. I felt so bad for her. She must have a terrible mental disorder. Oh my god. It was best just to ignore people like that. Things with Yua had just been a disaster from the start. For the past 2 weeks, I'd been dragged into one mess after another. Until then, my life had been incredibly peaceful. The only person who talked to me was Misumi. Why was all this bizarre stuff happening to me lately? Whose eyes are those? I didn't even want to think about any of it. That dying message was just a coincidence, I decided. I mean, they were all really common words. If somebody with a brain like mine could come up with them, anybody could. I didn't care who that message was meant to reach. No, that wasn't it. I couldn't let myself care. I suddenly heard a noise nearby. I shuddered in my reclining seat, shocked. It was the sound of a phone ringing. But whose? Yours, dumbass. The place was silent, so the ringing sounded really loud. I looked around, but I couldn't even see a phone. But you have a cell phone. Oh, could it be... I suddenly had an idea and looked inside my bag. Just like I thought, it was the phone I bought several days ago. Trembling, I looked at the screen. Phones were supposed to show you the number of whoever was calling you, right? Should I pick up? But I didn't really like talking to people. Oh, same. Who's calling me anyway? I hadn't given this number to anybody. The only ones who knew it were Nanami and the rest of my family. She'd put their names in my contacts too, even though I hadn't asked her to. If the number dialing me was when registered in my contacts, it should display the name instead, which meant it wasn't my family. So, who could it be? Who can it be now? Okay. The phone kept ringing. Were people always this persistent when they called your cell phone? I'd never used one before, so I didn't know for sure, but it was really annoying. They were just barging into my private space and ringing my phone until I answered. Oh my god, I can't read today. This is bad. That was a violation of my privacy, wasn't it? That's why I never wanted a phone to begin with. Oh, it stopped. Relieved, I looked at the phone's liquid crystal screen. One missed call, it read. I didn't know who'd called, but I certainly didn't feel like calling back, so I decided to just ignore it. I should learn how to set up voicemail so this thing doesn't happen again. Cell phones were such a pain. I didn't like phones anyway. I mean, they're really weird. How was anybody ever sure that the person they were talking to was really who they said they were? Hey, Owl, how's it going? There were a lot of phone scams out there, right? Did people just not bother to check? I just couldn't understand how somebody could talk to someone else when they weren't even sure they were real. I understood the physics principles that let you talk to somebody far away via the phone, but I still found it hard to believe. When you talked on the phone, your voice turned into an electric signal. This signal was transmitted down to a wire to the person on the other end, and then turned back into a voice so they could be heard. Sorry, I didn't know you was live. No, that's okay. I was in another stream playing Violet. Oh, nice. Bro, okay. I wanted to play more Violet today, but I already put out I can't stream it here, at least right now, because I don't have my capture card with me, nor do I have a Switch dock. So, next weekend I'm going home, I'm going to pick up my capture card and Switch dock, so maybe I can stream Pokemon Violet in a few weeks. Oh, dude, nice. I found one yesterday. Okay. Also, crazy story. I was at my school's gaming club last night. Our president found 3 full odds shinies. Like, just in that 3 hours. He didn't even know it was shiny. Oh no. Yeah, it was crazy. And then he gave me some of his shiny luck, and I was able to get a shiny Hoppip. So that's cool. He caught it. That's good. That's good. Star already has 2 shinies, I believe. Yeah, she got a Hoppip on stream yesterday, and then earlier she got a shiny Lockix. Remind me to kill her? No, please don't do that. Please don't kill my sister. Yeah, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, despite how glitchy they are, I love it. They're great games. I'm having so much fun with it. Though I have to finish a paper for school before I can continue playing. So that's what I'm doing after stream tonight, is I'm finishing a paper, because it's due tomorrow at noon. But I'm almost done. I just have another 1,000 words to write, and then I should be good. So if I'm live till like 9, then I can easily get that done. And I can play more tomorrow, which I'm super excited. And then I also got a little Switch lanyard. I don't know if you can see. I can't see the camera. I got the little Switch lanyard with my pre-order. So I have my keys attached to it right now. Definitely better than the university lanyard, I'd say. Yeah, Scarlet Violet, they're pretty good. The glitches are funny. Love the room. Oh, thank you. Oh, you missed it. I did give a little bit of a room tour. But, Yeah, this is my dorm room. And we're just hoping the internet doesn't die. Yeah. In other words, if you wanted to talk to somebody on the phone, your voice needed to be transformed in a minimum of 2 times. For a cell phone, first, the electrical signals created from your voice were sent to a nearby cell tower, then transmitted to a switching center via normal telephone lines. From there, they were sent to the tower nearest to the person you were talking to, and then sent via electromagnetic waves to their cell phone. It was an incredibly complicated and bizarre process. If my voice was being transformed into electrical signals, could the person I was talking to really hear every single thing I was saying, exactly the way I said it? Wasn't there a chance that in the process of turning it into an electrical signal, it could end up being turned into something else altogether? For instance, say I called Nanami, and instead of my voice being sent directly to her, it was sent to some weird building somewhere. And there, somebody I'd never met could pretend to be Nanami. Maybe I wasn't even talking to a person. I could be talking to a computer. That's why talking on the phone was so scary to me. It was scarier than even talking to someone in person. Well, thanks for putting that prospect into my mind, Takumi. Jesus. I logged into ESO as I still can't pronounce this name. Lizalot, and 3 hours passed quickly. It had been 2 weeks since I logged in as Lizalot, but today I was able to do a great job with the character and was really satisfied. I left for home in a great mood. Well, that's good. Center Street was as loud and obnoxious as ever. I always hated it. And thanks to all the store's lights, it was so bright that it didn't feel like nighttime at all. At the end of the well-lit street, I saw someone in the crowd and recognized them instantly. I froze. Who is it? The girl was... Why is she just carrying a sword in the middle of Shibuya? Staring at me intently and ignoring the huge crowds around her. In the middle of Center Street, where it's hard to even walk straight among the endless streams of people, she was standing stock still, holding a huge sword on her shoulder. What the fuck? It was a bizarre scene. But nobody seemed to notice her sword. They parted around her like water in a stream breaking against a rock, moving by without the slightest change in expression. Okay, apparently that's just normal. You know, somebody carrying a sword. It was the girl I'd seen at the 107 building. She'd been there when I'd gone to buy a phone with Nanami. The shape of her sword, the Soime uniform, the long black hair, it all matched. This was the girl who'd been watching the crowds from up on the stairs of the 107 building. And I remembered something else when I saw the intensity of her eyes as she looked at me. I'd seen her once at school, too. Long, shiny black hair that extended down her waist, oval eyes, a pretty but intimidating face. It was Girl B, the one who had so rudely asked, "Who are you?" in the hallway after school last week. Why was she glaring at me anyway? I turned around to see if anyone was there just in case I was being self-conscious. I thought maybe there would be someone she knew behind me, but there wasn't. She was looking at me with something that bordered on outright hostility in her eyes. Yeah, it was me she was after. I flinched. This must be how a frog feels when a snake is bearing down on it. There was no way I could glare back. It was hard for me to even meet her gaze. I had no choice but to look down. I should run away, I thought. Usually I'd take a left at the intersection where she was standing and head across the book fat, but today I'd go around the front of the station. There were a lot of people there, but it was still better than dealing with some scary 3D girl. She might be trying to mug me. With a giant sword, Takumi, really? That's not the most conspicuous way to mug people, just saying. It looked like Girl B was alone, but it was possible that she had a bunch of her DQN buddies lying in wait and they were trying to lure out and beat me up. What the hell? Well, I wasn't gonna fall for it. I turned around and couldn't believe what I saw. Huh? For some reason, Girl B was there. I quickly turned around and looked at the intersection where she'd be standing a moment ago. She wasn't there. I looked ahead of me again. She was still there, holding her sword and glaring at me. When did she get in front of me? Nobody could be that fast. You'd practically have to teleport. How was she able to tell I'd turn around anyway?
Oi.
Hey. Her voice was shockingly clear. I desperately looked around. I wanted to believe that she was talking to someone else. I searched as hard as I could for that someone else she might have been meant to address when she said, hey. Help, I'm fighting an arena trap. Tearsing Diglett. There's no help for you, Owl. It's arena trap. You're stuck. There is no help for you. But of course, there wasn't anyone. The only people nearby were a group of salarymen. They looked towards her for a moment, but quickly realized she wasn't talking to them and kept moving. Suddenly, she took a step towards me. Level 12, it's level 17. Yeah, I'd say, there's no help for you. I almost had my entire career ended by one of the floaty thingies. You got 4 Pokemon. You can try and kill it. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to try and kill it because it's got arena trap. That was all I needed to be fully sure. Girl B was after me. Can you see it? I was terrified. No girl in my 17 years had ever been aggressive towards me. Tsubaki Kirimiya, known as Sunko, could be really mean when she was in a tsundere mood. But not even when she was this bad. Not even she was this bad. Also, she was a 2D character from an H game called Thermidor. Even as my brain was thinking about tsundere H games, Girl B was still getting closer. Is Girl B a chuni? With a literal sword? That's never a good mix. Oh dear. She was a girl. How could she be this intense and scary? I thought it was strange, but the reason was actually quite simple. The intensity of her eyes, and the huge sword she was carrying. It had an extremely unusual shape for a sword. In an anime, it would have looked really cool, but if you tried to use it in real world, it would probably be completely useless. It had to be from a mecha anime or something. Were there any new mecha anime lately? I knew it was a cosplay prop, but it looked so sharp, so strong, like the slightest touch could take your finger clean off. It was such a strange weapon. I asked if you could see it. Girl B was within 2 meters of me now. If she swung that sword, it was sure to reach me. I quickly took a step back, but it was too late. She got even closer. Oh, I guess she did kind of murder us. Cool. And then she really swung it. I crouched to the ground with my head in my hands. If I hadn't dodged, it would have hit me right in the head. It probably wouldn't have actually cut me, but with that speed, it would have given me a concussion or caved my skull in. Ooh, that's not good. Please don't hurt me. What are you doing? I was so freaked out that I could barely speak. That's a nice CG. She's pretty. I like her. Girl B was looking down at me coldly. There was something wrong with her. The way she was swinging a sword around a sword in this crowd. Was she a serial killer? Maybe she was the new gen killer, or working with the demon girl. Please don't hurt me. Don't kill me. I was shaking. I was about to piss my pants with fear. Oh, poor guy. What's gotten into you? I just asked if you could see it. What was she talking about? If I couldn't see it, would she kill me? I couldn't answer if she wouldn't tell me what I was supposed to be seeing. Calm down a little. I'll ask again. The sword. The the D sword. Can you see it? Huh? The D sword? I never heard that word before. She had to be talking about the sword she was holding. I decided to nod. Of course I could see it. How could I not? It was huge, and she was holding it in the middle of Center Street. I mean, maybe in Akihabara I wouldn't have noticed it, but Shibuya wasn't an anime town. I see. So you were gathered here too. Gathered? Who was gathered, and by who? I was here of my own free will, at least. Have you seen an error? Please do speak Japanese, okay, thanks. It was what I wanted to say, but I probably didn't have, but I didn't have the courage. If I said the wrong thing, she'd probably stab me. I didn't have any idea what she was talking about anyway. Uh-oh. Stream just died. Uh-oh. Give it a second. Attempting to reconnect. Oh. Maybe. Maybe. Potentially. No. Stream, we good? Oh! We're back! Stream died for a second. I don't know how long it's been dead for a second. At least it came back. Sorry about that. I'm kind of... Uh-oh. God damn it. This is awkward, isn't it? Are we back finally? Are you done dying, internet? Hello? Are we back? Okay, I think we're good. Maybe? No. Go back to full bars. Internet, please. I require your assistance here. The shoddy Wi-Fi returns. Oh dear. It'll hopefully level itself out. I don't know. Can you guys see the stream? I don't know if anyone's still there. This isn't good. Okay, I think we might be good. I don't know, I've been live for a minute and it hasn't cut out yet. Alright, let's continue, I guess. Alright. If you see one, tell me. Wait, see what? I wasn't paying attention, stream died. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Found the tips list. Oh, errors. Right, we were talking about errors. Okay. She turned away after she said that. Her skirt flew up as she turned. God damn it. I quickly closed my eyes. I'm Sena Aoi. I'm a third-year student. I'll be at the train car in front of Hachiko. Okay. I opened my eyes. and the girl who called herself Senna was no longer there. I stood there in complete confusion. And it was only after I got back to the base that I realized I hadn't understood a single thing she'd said. Rip. Smooth brain. Of all the weeks to have to go to school 3 times, what a depressing day. Hey! I heard a strange cry a few meters away from me. It was so sudden my body jerked in surprise. I looked towards the source of the noise, and... Gah. Brother! Nanami ran over to me at incredible speed. I tried to escape, but it was too late. She got in front of me, blocking me in. She'd always been really athletic. Hey, why did you try to run when you saw your little sister? Because you're obnoxious, obviously. Look, you got all quiet again. Really? Why did my sister decide to go to Soime Academy? Of all the places she could have gone, it was a huge pain from my perspective. Whenever I saw her at school, she'd come over and annoy me. Hey, how's the phone? Are you using it? You're not, are you? It's been a while since you got it, and you haven't called home once. I tried to walk fast to shake her off, but she followed me, refusing to give up. At least call home and let them know you're alive. That's why we bought it for you. If you really don't want to, you can call my phone, I guess. Mom's really worried. Are you eating right? Are you eating right anyway? You're just eating junk food from the convenience store, aren't you? You're not cut out for living on your own. Come home. Do you understand how it feels for me to watch you live like this? I'm always really worried. Aw, rip. Shut up! What's your problem? Are you my mom? No. Why do you have to talk about this in the middle of the street anyways? I'm already in a bad mood and you're just making it worse. Oof. Damn. You really told her, Takumi. It's incredibly embarrassing to have to go to school with your younger sister next to you. Sure, it happened a while. Somebody give me a cuter little sister. No. No. Incel. Incel. Nanami and I walked towards the school side by side, a bad mood simmering between us. I looked over at her, hoping I could get a chance to escape before we reached the school gate. She'd been so mad a moment ago, but now she was quiet and seemed kinda out of it. Her eyes looked like they were drifting out of focus. Or was that my imagination? Her footsteps were unsteady. Just as I realized something was wrong, she stepped out into the road. A car was coming right in front of her. Oh no! She's gonna die. That's not good. Hey, watch out! I grabbed her and pulled her close. The car drove past, its horn blaring. She'd narrowly avoided being run over. Hey, what are you doing? Huh? Huh? What? She seemed confused. Her eyes were blinking rapidly. Why did I just do that? I don't know. Huh? Was she a total moron? Found some funny? Can I link it in chat? Sure. Wait, actually, give me a second. I don't know. Can VIPs put links in chat? Give me a second. Sorry, Owl. I need to give you permission, but honestly, I think... How do you give VIP to somebody? Because I think VIPs can just send links in chat. I don't know. VIP... There we go. Cool. There we go. Now you should be able to send links. What the hell? Okay. Why is this being dumb? I'm so sorry. How do you get rid of... This is why I need mods here. uh... Untimeout. Okay, give me a second. Let me permit you. Oh, it's what? Exclamation point permit? I don't know. Give me a second. Is that it? Okay. There we go, okay. Okay. Sure. Also, let me check this out first. Oh, it's Twitter. Oh my god, that's hilarious. No. Okay, that's really funny. I'm sending this to Star. She's gonna like this. But here, give me a second. Let me set. How do you mod. There we go. Here. Oh, where'd it go? Did it work? I don't know. I can't tell. I will type something in chat. Oh, there we go. Yay. We have another mod. You're welcome. Now you can post links, I think, without getting the bonk bonk from Nightbot. And we shouldn't have that problem anymore. That's always a good time. I didn't think you would give me mod, but thanks. Well, you're always here, and you're also my friend. So, you get mod. Because my other mods are not here. So... Then, yeah, I have no problem with you being a mod for my chat. Alright. Shall we continue? Oh no! Not again! God fucking damn it. Okay. We really do be struggling with the internet, apparently. I will set an example for the rest. Amazing. You will be a great mod. Booba. Incredible. Welcome to the mod squad, owl. Alright. That the right example we're setting, right? Exactly. Booba. That's precisely the example we're setting. Why didn't she know what she just done? Just to clear. Just to clear. This wasn't Moe at all. Not Moe in the slightest. Oh god, not Moe. What are you doing? Are you trying to get run over by a car? Was there a car? Of course there was. Was she going senile on me? Hey, brother. Do you hear that? Wee wee wee. Huh? What was she talking about? I hadn't heard anything like that at all. I heard the sound and I started to feel kind of weird. And over there, Nanami pointed to the corner. I saw Mom and Dad standing there calling me. Huh. I looked where Nanami pointed. It wasn't my parents there, just some creepy guy. He wore a checkered shirt, fingerless gloves, jeans with the legs rolled up, and white sneakers. The backpack he also wore was stuffed full. He looked like any otaku you'd see in Akihabara. And he even had a video camera in his hand. Maybe he was some kind of peeping Tom. Hey, don't point at people. What a rude... I can't read, apparently. What a rude little sister she was. Why would our parents be here anyway? Our home was in Shimokitazawa. There we go. That's weird. I know I heard them calling me. Oh dear, that's not good. The man looked at us. He was pointing his camera at me and Nanami. Ew, what was his problem? Let's go, Nanami. I got scared and ran away, leaving my sister behind. I hope next Pokemon games they redo shiny Pokemon because some are too the same. I know. Oh my god. I ran into some Flabébé and I was like, oh well, trying to check to see if these are shiny is gonna be a pain in the ass. Because literally only the eyes change. I managed to ignore Nanami until we got to the school. Then, by the way, what the fuck? Is it not grass type? W. I don't know. I managed to ignore Nanami until we got to the school, then headed down the bustling hallway towards my own class. When I walk down the hall, I always walk on the side. I'd always make sure to go at the proper speed. It's a flower. Oh, Flabébé? Yeah, isn't Flabébé a grass fairy type? Is it just a fairy type? Does it get a grass type as it evolves? I don't know, I can't remember. Pure fairy, what the fuck? Okay, that's dumb. Not too fast, not too slow. I'd make sure to keep my head down so I didn't meet anybody's gaze. These were my 3 rules. I needed to be like the air, invisible if I didn't want to stand out. That was my way of surviving in this world. Yo, Taku. Once again, however, someone appeared who would make doing so impossible. Misumi ran up to me from behind and, as always, gave me a too friendly slap on the shoulder. Hey, it's fuckboy. Morning. At least say hello. Well, I know it's not really your thing, I guess. Hey, I told you about that girl in Class D, right? The one who's really hot but never comes to school? Huh? Her name's Ayase Kishimoto. And I made a huge discovery about her. Oh no. He suddenly lowered his voice and looked around to make sure nobody was listening. He's probably about to say something dirty again. I felt vaguely sick and was ready to let out a huge sigh. Me too. You know Fez, right? When I heard what he said, I gasped. This Kishimoto girl is actually Fez. Oh my god. No way. I couldn't believe it. Fez is a student at our school. Bro. And she's in our grade too. Can't believe it. For some reason, he decided to lean out a nearby window and look up at the sky with an expression of joy. This must be fate, right? No. Get out here, fuckboy. We were on the 3rd floor. If he slipped and fell, he'd snap his neck and die. I felt tense just watching him. He leaned forward even further and looked down at the entrance to the school. Oh, great timing. Taku, I found Kishimoto. She's coming here right now. Huh? That was a crazy coincidence. Maybe there was some kind of fated connection between them. Like he said. Not that I cared. Okay, I'm gonna ambush her. Watch, Taku. I'll show you my pickup techniques. Yeah, you have fun with that, Misumi. Get out of here, fuckboy. There was a note of total confidence in his voice. It must be nice to be attractive. Oh god. Takumi, your incel is showing. Picking up girls was a foreign world to me, not that it was one I had any interest in. Oh, Takumi, your incel is showing. A minute or so later, Fez, wait, her real name was Ayase Kishimoto, right? Appeared. Misumi was right. It was clearly her. I stepped back a good distance away and looked at her carefully. It was a shock to see that she was the same age as me. Anytime I'm on Miraidon, I have the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D song in my head. Bro, same! As soon as I hopped on Miraidon, I'm just like, bro, I'm Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds in my Pokemon game. I wanted to name my Miraidon Yusei, but you can't nickname it, and I'm so sad. Fez was wearing her Soimei uniform. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds is the best. I agree. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, my beloved. I'm walking slowly with a look of ennui on her face. She looked like a completely different person than the way she'd been on stage. When she was singing, there'd been a sense of power and motion in her voice, even when she was speaking softly. But now she just looked kind of sad and unapproachable. Oh no. Depression. Sag. Misumi must have seen it and decided to deliberately ignore it. Because he walked right up to her side with the same over-friendly attitude he always used with me. Hey Kishimoto, good morning. Akiza, best waifu? Also hard agree. I love Akiza, she's great. She just needs a hug, man. She's been through a lot. Oh, what a brilliant but completely fake smile. How could you act that way with somebody you've never met before? He was an inspiration, an idol, but not someone I wanted to copy, not in the slightest. Hey, I'm Daisuke Misumi. Nice to meet you. How much Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds did I watch? I watched all of it. That was like... That is my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. I love it. I watched it when I was a kid. I rewatched it, I think, sub or dub. Dub. I'm pretty sure, is there more for the sub? Because I'm probably gonna have to watch the rest of it if there is. But like, I watched all there was that got dubbed. Yeah, I watched all of it. Okay. Well, then I'll have to watch the rest of it. But so far I've seen everything that got dubbed, so. Oh, you think it's our first time meeting, right? But it's not. Then, because they cut like 40% of it. Alright. I'll have to finish it up sometime. Do you remember the Enforcers? I think so. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I watched it. I was in grade 10, so that's almost 3 years ago. That was the last time I watched it. I remember the first few arcs. The group that Jack, Crow, Yusei, and... Wait, who's the last person? Give me a second. I'm gonna have to... Oh, Oh! Yeah. Okay, now I got you. Sorry. I'm also running off of not a lot of sleep. So forgive me if I'm not like all here. Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember, yeah. They call the enforcer in the dub. Oh, okay. I went to Phantasm's concert the other day, you see, so we've actually met once before. And you know, the way you were singing then, it's just like awesome, you know? The Japanese anime is amazing. That's what I've heard, that's what my brothers told me. I mean, I'm not a trend chaser. The lyrics and the fact that you're really cute, it was part of it. But what really amazed me was just how good your band was. This guy is so cringe. Like, it was the perfect match for your vocals. You know, I've been thinking I want to start a band. Could you tell me how to find good band members? Or like, give me some band related advice? Team satisfaction. Aw, nice. Oh, I know you're probably busy now. You got time after school? Want to go somewhere where we can have a nice long chat? We kept talking and talking. The way he spoke was different than usual. His voice was louder and more cheerful. Best anime ever. He wasn't directly hitting on her either. He was talking about her band as an excuse to go out with her. I never heard anything about Misumi wanting to start a band. It had to be a lie. I understood now. He wasn't just hoping the two of them had something in common. He was setting it up so that they would. But Fez didn't even look at him. She walked right down the hallway as if she didn't hear anything at all. Hello? Are you listening? I don't think she's listening, buddy. Take the hint. Walk away. Fez suddenly stopped. She looked up ever so slightly and slowly and looked right at me. Oh god. Again. Takumi, you got that main character energy radiating off of you. You gotta stop. Huh? Me? I remembered how it felt like Fez was looking at me at the concert. Over the last 2 weeks, a lot of 3D girls had been staring at me. What was going on with that? Had I suddenly gotten really attractive? No. You're radiating that main character energy, that's all. I looked away, of course, so my gaze only met hers for a second. Find it, quickly. The sword. What's up with the swords? He got the pro tag hair. You do got the pro tag hair. Fez suddenly spoke. Her words were cold and soft. I couldn't tell if they were directed at me or Misumi. The sword? Find it and you'll be saved. Oh, do we get a cool sword too? I want a cool sword. Like, if girl B can have a cool sword, I want a cool sword. Fez looked down without waiting for an answer and began to walk once more. She went past us into Class D's classroom. Both me and Misumi watched her go, confused. You'll hurt yourself? I won't hurt myself. I'll be careful with the big sword. That'll be so cool. Well, I probably couldn't have a sword on campus, but like, you know, it's probably against residence rules. No, son. God damn it. But Dad, why? Hey, Taku. I could tell he was in a bad mood. Despite all his best efforts, Fez had completely ignored him. Having someone refuse to even acknowledge you exist must be pretty painful. You're much too young. I'm 18. I can have a sword. These people are 16 and they have swords. Why can't I have one? I was used to that, though. I've never had my pride just destroyed like that. Well, too bad. Oh, he's got an earring. Maybe I should just call him Boy with Earring. No, Boy with Earring isn't a lady killer. Boy with Earring is much more bearable than this fucker. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. You're ruining my self-confidence, damn it. Well, that's your problem. She thinks she's special just because she's a little famous. She didn't say that. She just told me to go find the sword. Man, I'm never talking to an ice bitch like that again. By the way, if you're my son, you're half British, so swordsmanship comes natural to you. Exactly. I won't hurt myself. Because I'm naturally swordsman. What a pain. What the hell did she mean anyway? Find the sword. Obviously she meant find the sword. The sword. Did she mean that thing at the concert? The one that looked like a mic stand? No, she's got her own sword. You gotta get your own, Takumi. To be fair, you don't say in it enough to be British. Alright, should I start saying in it more? Then I'll be British. Come to think of it, just 2 days ago, somebody else had asked me about a sword. Yeah, it was Girl B. Girl B with her own sword. Oh, right, her name is Senna. Senna had her own sword. Yes, and more Doctor Who. Right, I gotta watch more Doctor Who. I still can't believe David Tennant is the 13th Doctor. Is it the 13th or the 14th? 14th? Is it the 14th? 14th, the Doctor, yeah. Again, he's back, and I'm excited. Daddy back. I mean, what? No, you got a point. You know, I stand David Tennant. He was great as the 10th Doctor. I'm glad he's back. You're straight? Are you sure? I thought she might actually kill me. That sword she'd been holding was shaped differently, but it was similar to the one that Fez had at the concert. There was some kind of was there some kind of connection between the two? Unless Ryan Reynolds is involved, then yes. God damn it. I didn't understand. There was far too much I didn't understand. Yeah, a bunch of anime people with waifu, not a bunch of waifus with swords. That's it. That's all you need to understand, Takumi. You're just not. It's not clicking with you. That man can do stuff to me. God damn it. Okay. Shogun, the demon girl, Yua, Fez, Senna, the swords. Like always, whenever I didn't understand anything, I made a little list inside my head. I thought about adding myself to the bottom of the list, but stopped. I was just fine. It was everything else around me that was weird. Yeah, I was just fine. I sent you the clip of the 4th Doctor, right? Yes, you did. And it was incredible. Was Fez on my side, or was she my enemy? That was all I needed to know, but I didn't have the courage to talk to her. He's so good. He seems like a cool doctor. I need to find a way to watch the original Doctor Who. Today I went to Animeite instead of going to At Cafe. Why? To get my long-awaited Bloodtoon Saratan post-awakening version figure. It's no wonder why he had the part for 7 years. Damn! That's a long-ass time. When I bought it, I saw an image of Yua's face in my mind for just a second, but quickly shut down that line of thought. There was a Saratan display at the store, and the figure they had for show was every bit the quality work I'd come to expect from its designer, Yoshio Kijima. Time to head home and stare at every. Oh no. No. All I had to do to be happy was play ESO and stare at Saratan once in a while. So why were these 3D people bringing all their problems to me? Why did this keep happening? Yeah, longest running doctor. Damn. As I forgot all about Fez and the swords and was happily returning to the base. Who is it? Oh my god. Adachi, is that you? No, just kidding. Oh. David had 5? Yeah. I ran into a pair of men who looked out of place, just 50 meters or so from home. I tried to avert my gaze and avoid them, but one of them was clearly looking directly at me. Uh-oh. Matt had 3? Ooh. Yeah, man, I'm sad that he only had 1. I loved him as the Ninth Doctor. He was great. Still my favorite Doctor. Nothing taking that away from. The 8th was so good. Ooh. He's doing audiobooks now. Nice. Hey you, can we talk for a minute? No, Adachi, get out of here. The one who spoke to me first was an unimpressive looking middle-aged man, the kind you might see at a betting track. Doctor Who audiobooks. Ooh, fun. His hair was a mess, he had stubble on his chin, his suit was tattered, and his necktie wasn't tied right. His leather shoes showed no sign of ever being cleaned, and he just looked like an overall loser. For some reason, he was waving a cheap 100 yen paper fan at himself, which only added to the impression that he was one of life's losers. He had a dopey look on his face, too. A really stupid-looking grin. Him and Rose's relationship was great. Mm-hmm. But when I met his gaze for a second, I saw no traces of that stupid grin reflected in them. There was nowhere to run. As I stood there, I was unsure to... Rose is my favorite companion. Oh, same. Rose is my favorite companion. Amy and Rory are a close second. I loved Amy and Rory. They're great. As I stood there, unsure of whether or not to answer, the two of them walked over to me. We're on the same wavelength, exactly. Here, this is my ID. He took out a black notebook with an ID on the flap and showed it to me. It was a police notebook, like you saw on the TV shows. They finally come for me. There was only one reason I could think of, the crucified killing. Rory was Mickey, but so much better. Exactly. Rory was awesome. We stan him. I was so sad when they killed him off in that one episode, but then, like, you know, I always hate it when shows do the plot of Captain Jack was also really good, yeah. I hate it when shows do the plot of killing off a character and then bringing them back, but honestly, I'm fine when it was Rory because, like, I was so upset when they killed off Rory. But, like, no, they brought him back. It's all good. We stand that. I need to watch Torchwood. What's Torchwood? Can we talk for a minute? No. Of course you don't have to if you don't want to. Oh, don't get so tense. We just want to ask a few questions. It's been off with Captain Jack. Ooh, nice. I should check that out. There was absolutely no pressure in his voice, but the other detective with him, the younger one, had a stern look on his face, and had quietly moved to block my path. Oh. Mr. Phoenix right-looking ass, what you gonna do? I started to sweat. If I said the wrong thing here, they might think I was the killer and arrest me. Please no. I gave up on running and nodded very slightly. So, have you heard of the so-called New Generation Madness? Sarah Jane was great. I haven't seen much of Sarah Jane. So I don't really have an opinion on her. I knew it. I wiped the sweat off my brow and nodded. Then, of course, you know about the third case, right? Crucified? It happened nearby. We're looking for witnesses. Oh, can I get your name? I gulped. Was this whole thing Komai's trap? Maybe they were just pretending to be police, trying to get me to reveal my private information so I could use it for something bad. Or maybe they were working with the demon girl. I won't watch much, but she was amazing in School Reunion. Hmm? Oh, you don't want to answer? I actually have every first episode of DVD. Oh. There was no way to be sure either way. What should I do? If I give them a fake name, they might arrest me. Oh, you're worried about the Protection of Personal Information Act. Do I look that sketchy? Yes, you do. Very. Oh, I have the very first episode on DVD. Oh, okay. Got you. That's cool. You do. That friendly way you're talking to me is just an act, right? Takumi Nishijo. In the end, I couldn't come up with any brilliant plans to talk my way out of this, so I decided to just tell them the truth. Takumi Nishijo, is that right? Oh, damn. I nodded. Really? Huh? Wait, you don't like my name? Jeez. You're no charm either, pal. Yo, worst looking detective gumshoe looking ass. What the hell did that mean? I was nice enough to give you my real name. Why are you reacting like that? Excuse me. Forget I said that. What the fuck? How am I supposed to forget? You bitch. I need to give you some of them. Oh, you don't have to. His laugh was a little too loud to be real. It echoed through the quiet street. What, you got beef with me or something, Mr. Detective Man? I want to go home. So I see from your uniform that you're a student at Soime. What year are you in? Did I have to tell him that too? Second. Huh? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I'm getting old. My hearing's going. Can I get you to say that again? Second year. Second year. Got it. Thanks. So, Nishijo, I wanted to ask you where you were and what you were doing between 6 and 10 p.m. on the 29th of last month. How Matt as the doctor for you right now? Matt's pretty okay as the doctor. He's not the best, but, you know, he's still pretty good. Yeah. Was this one of those alibi things? Did they suspect I'd done it? No way. No, we don't think you did it or anything. Just if you were in the area when the crime took place, we were wondering if you saw anybody suspicious or heard any weird sounds, things like that. Yeah, what episode are you on right now? Oh, I can't remember. I haven't been watching it a lot because I'm busy with school, and then when I am watching things, it's YouTube. Give me a second, let me check. Season 6, episode 1 of the new series. Matt is God. Good. The way he talked was starting to make me really mad. Maybe it was some kind of special technique he used to anger the people he was talking to. But I had seen someone suspicious, I got a clear look at them. He's not that good. I wasn't sure if it was safe to tell him, though. What if I did and the demon girl came after me? For now, she seemed to be leaving me alone, but she had Shogun with her, and he could see the future. She must have all kinds of crazy powers herself. It was the only explanation. If I told the police about the demon girl, she might find out about it with her clairvoyant powers, and then she might come to kill me. So, Nishijo, is it that hot out today? The 12th Doctor gonna get sued? Used to aftermath? Okay. My pulse quickened. If I didn't answer, they were sure to think I was the criminal, but it felt like if I said I hadn't seen anything, they'd see right through me. The man waved his fan at me. Cool air ruffled my hair. When you watch. Okay. It's autumn now, not summer. It shouldn't be hot enough to make you sweat. Well, I guess everybody's different. Because not young. Oh yeah, I think I've seen clips of the 12th Doctor. Oh, I watched a retrospective about Clara and the 12th Doctor. Because apparently it's like their relationship is very misread by a bunch of people. It was strange to hear that from a man who carried a fan around, but he was right. Clara amazing? It wasn't that hot today. It was a pleasant temperature, if anything. I wiped the sweat from my brow with my sleeve. I didn't do it. That's not what you say to the cops. Takumi, you sound suspicious now. Oh, there's somebody at the door. She did overstay her welcome a bit. Uh-oh. I didn't do it. Again. That's not what you say to the cops. You say I didn't do it. That's just gonna make you suspicious. But her and 12 work well. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Now they're very suspicious of you, Takumi. What the fuck? How did... His eyes changed. I knew I'd screwed up, but I didn't know how. What didn't you do? Dumbass teenager. He suspected me. I had to tell him. No, you didn't. You didn't have to tell him shit. You could have just said what you were doing on the night of the 29th. Bro. Then after Clara, enjoy the shoving down LGBT stuff. I mean, if it's good LGBT stuff, then I'll be okay with it. I stared at the cover of the manhole near my feet as I yelled. I saw it. Oh my god. He saw it. There was a girl at the scene of the crucified killing. Her hands were all bloody. She was in front of the body. There were all these stakes pounded into it. There had to be over 500. It was crazy. The body, it looked like a porcupine. Oh. She looked at me and said, "I'm so glad," and smiled. That girl's a demon. She's not even human. The new gen killer is something beyond human. She can see the future. She has all these powers. But still good? Oh, okay. Well, you look crazy to the detectives now. Oh wow, he opened his eye. He's so shocked. He opened his eye. Look at what he's done. The poor Phoenix Wright looking ass next to him. They look so shocked. Shooketh. Only then did I realize the two detectives were looking at me with their mouths wide open in shock. Maybe they didn't believe me. I fell silent again. A demon, huh? I see. That's good, solid evidence. Really? No. Yeah, I totally understand. This is really valuable. No, it's not. You guys stop. No. Don't give Takumi hope. He's your prime suspect here. He saw the entire thing, didn't call the police. Because why? He didn't want his precious... He didn't want his shut-in life to be disturbed. What shiny Fido look like? I don't know. I feel like it's green. Shiny Fido? I've seen it. It's not green. But it still looks pretty good. Do you want me to tell you? Because, like... Sure? Okay. It's basically just a darker color. Like, it's a noticeable change. It turns darker. Like the body color. The little... like the lighter accents or the yellow accents stay the same, but the body gets darker. It looks pretty good. Please have the police protect me. First, do you know how old she is? What she was wearing? What her face looked like? And Schrudel? I don't... Is it behind yellow? I don't know what Schrudel looks like. I'm sorry. No, I know what Strudel is, I just don't know what its shiny looks like. Sorry, that's what I meant. Suime. You mean Suime Academy. She wore a Suime uniform. So she's a student at your school. He thought for a moment, and then grinned. It was hard to tell if his next words were a question or a whisper. What year would you say she was in, this girl? What year do you think she was in, Nishijo? Come on, Nishijo, answer the question. I don't know. Alright, what do you think her name is? I don't know. I don't know the demon girl's name. How about her height? Wait. Oh, what about... Are all men in this story incels? Is that just what we're... Is that what we're going with? Are they all incels? I don't like this. This is not good. Who was this guy? He's literally in his 40s. Why is he asking about... Oh my god. Is he making fun of me? How the hell would I know any of that? I don't have the magic power of the term... Oh. You're all incels. I see. If you're not answering, it means you don't know, right? That's fine. Just fine. Thanks for your cooperation. Now you're a prime suspect, Takumi. Congratulations. You just played yourself, buddy. We're gonna have to take this back to the station and consider it. Really? The older detective made a motion with his hand to silence the younger one, then shot him a meaningful glance. Oh, Nishijo, can we get your number? Huh? Why? By the way, I hope they banned the word .com. Oh, is that because of the hacked mons? They didn't believe me after all. They thought I was crazy. They were going to accuse me of doing it. Well, there's that demon, was it? We need to protect you from her, right? Oh, I see. Good, they believed me. I was just surprised traded a hoppip. I got. Oh, I traded a hope. I got. I am sorry, I don't know what you're trying to say. I feel so much better if the police were protecting me. Of course, maybe the police couldn't do anything about a demon, but it was better than being all alone. Feeling a little relieved, I took out my new phone and showed the detectives the number. The younger one copied it down. Thanks for your time. The police will make sure you're safe, so don't worry about a thing. No, they won't. So, we might call if we have more questions, alright? I wonder traded a hoppip and got another one. Oh, okay. Make sure you pick up, okay? Right now, you're an important person to us. Huh? Your testimony is a big clue. It might help us solve this case. See you later. Okay, bye-bye, detectives. I'm not guilty, I swear. The two of them bowed and quickly left. The younger one was looking back at me and whispering something to his partner. The older one, who was walking quickly and ignored him. I let out a deep sigh. Wow, that was nerve-wracking. I'd never been interrogated by a real police officer. It was pretty scary, but they seemed to believe me. Maybe. They definitely did not believe you, Takumi. Sorry. I hoped the police would catch the demon woman. But everybody said the police were incompetent, right? So I shouldn't get my hopes up too much. Only then did I notice how thirsty I was, so I bought a bottle of soda from a nearby vending machine. Ah. Perfect hydration, I guess. Ugh, the post-awakening costume. Oh god. I can see the saber figure. It's all good because he has a saber figure. It's fine. Is that a Medusa figure on his shelf? Oh my god, does he also have a Medusa wait a second. I need to pull up the snipping tool. I think he's also got a Medusa figure. Give me a second. Oh, I can't zoom in on it. He is totally a Medusa figure. Man's a fate stan. That's the only good thing about the main character. The only good thing about Takumi. He's a fate stan. I don't know if that's a good thing though. I don't like his dialogue. I can't read any of this out loud. I'm just not gonna read any of the talking about figures out loud, cause oh Jesus Christ. I carefully placed my new Saratan next to the PC monitor. Ugh. Why, Takumi? Why are you so unbearable? Jesus. Okay. Just looking at her made me grin. This was a moment of pure joy. I logged on to @chan to share my thoughts on the Saratan figure. When that was done, I checked my email and looked at the Freypara to see if I had any new friend requests. Oh, somebody sent me a friend request. Who's this guy? Somebody from the Sarah community. Okay, got it. Sure thing. And just when I was ready to log into ESO... Bum bum. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck. Whose eyes are those? It was the same intense gaze that I always felt. Whose eyes are those? Damn it, not now. When did I first start feeling that gaze? I'd totally forgotten by now. But it kept getting in my way. A lot of things were happening that would interrupt my daily life, but the gaze was right up there with Nanami beat for being obnoxious. Okay, time to play the game again. Time to play the I'm not turning around that easily game. I kept my eyes locked on my computer monitor and tried to think of a cool line. You there, come out. Did you think you could deceive my eyes? Fool! There was no answer. Of course there wasn't. It'd be scary if there was one. And before, like, just randomly somebody answers. Oh. Incredible. I heard a noise. Bum bum bum. I turned around to look before I realized what I was doing. You lost your own game, Takumi. Look what you've done. I lost today's Don't Turn Around game. Yep. There's nobody in my room. Was I hearing things? No, it was a knock on your door, you dumb shit. Okay. I hope so, I told myself. Again. Somebody's coming for your toes, Takumi. Don't open the door. I heard the sound again. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. It was the sound of somebody knocking on the door. Yeah, no shit. Which meant someone was here. Nobody ever came here. Even the people selling newspapers wouldn't come all the way up here. Who could it be? Who could it be now? The delivery guy? No, I wasn't getting any packages today. Nanami? No, Nanami would pound louder and harder, and then she'd scream, "Brother, open up." I'd recognize it if it were her. Yua? That was likely. She'd been here once before. Had the demon girl sent her here to kill me? But if so, why would she go through the trouble of knocking? The knocking sound kept coming. I froze, trying to figure out what to do, but no good ideas came to me. I just kept getting more and more scared. I know, I could just pretend to not be here. You can't... Your lights are on, dipshit. Or is that just being paranoid? But I should be careful, right? Shibuya's been really dangerous lately. And if it was Yua, I couldn't let her in. I'd basically be asking for her to kill me. Wait, did I lock the door? That's always the question. I looked over toward it to see. It was too dark to tell if the door was locked, however. I softly stood up, walking over to the door while being as careful as possible not to make any noise. Oh. By the time I made it to the middle of the room, I was finally able to tell for sure. The door was not locked. Bum, bum, bum. Dramatic noises. Okay. A cold chill ran down my entire body. My heart beat faster from nervousness. Right now, anybody could just walk right in and kill me. I needed to hurry and lock the door. If I made any kind of noise, it would be obvious I was here. Dude, you were just talking out loud. They already know you're here. But it would be better than letting someone inside. I ran over to the door. Congrats, you just played yourself. And stepped on a container of convenience store dinner I'd bought. I slipped and fell right on my butt. I moaned from the intense pain. And then the door slowly began to open right before my eyes. He seriously did play himself. What did he do? I didn't know who it was, but who'd ever been knocking was now opening the door. I tried to force myself to stand up, but my body refused to move from the pain. All I could do was watch it open as tears ran down my face. Man's really convinced he's gonna get murdered. First I saw the hand. The sleeve was from a Soimei Academy uniform. I could tell that much. Alright. Who is it? I don't know, literally every single character we've seen so far has been from Suime Academy. So it could be the demon girl. I don't know. I'm not convinced she's the demon girl. Could be Yua, could be Senna, could be Fez, could be Nanami, could be Misumi. Could be anything, really. Then the hair. It was a little longer than Nanami's, but it was shorter than Yua's. Was it? No, not Senna then. Definitely. Well, it's not Nanami, not Yua. It's not Senna. I didn't know who it belonged to. Was it the demon girl? And then I saw the face peeking up from the other side of the door. Oh! It her. Hello. Do we finally get to know who you are? Or are we still gonna be left in the dark? And then I knew who it was. It's her. She's coming for your toes. Takumi, congratulations. You just played yourself. Bum bum bum. Someone unexpected. The worst possible someone. My vision threatened to go black from sheer despair. Yeah. Speak of the devil and she shall appear. It was the demon girl. It was the demon. Oh, there you are. Our eyes met. She suddenly smiled happily. Her smile made me shiver. Why didn't you answer me? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Her other hand was still behind the door. She must be holding one of those cross-shaped stakes in it. She was here to kill me at last. She was smiling with joy at the thought of killing me. Oh god. It was because I talked to those cops. She used her clairvoyant powers to see me doing it remotely. Don't kill me. I tried to scream, but it was too scared to get the words out. Oh, she's cute. Duh, 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 duh. She stared at me, tilting her head and reciting the strange spell. She must be speaking in the demon language. She was going to curse me. I crawled away, trying to get as much distance between me and her as possible. My hands kept slipping on the garbage as I crawled, but I managed to make it to the far end of the room and hide under my computer desk. Hey, can I come in? Actually, I'm gonna come in no matter what you say. Demon girl came inside. She even took her shoes off. Okay, I'm inside. Oh, I don't mind the mess, don't worry. The door shut. Now there was nowhere to run. But surprisingly, the only thing she was carrying was her bag. I didn't see any kind of weapon. No, it had to be in that bag. I couldn't let my guard down. The second I let my guard down, she would come for me. Or maybe that spell a second ago had cursed me. In a few days, my body might start... Ooh. Spouting blood from all its pores, and then I'd die. Ooh. Please, don't kill me. I curled up into a little ball on the floor, cursing the detectives I'd met earlier. I'm sorry that I told the police. The police? And I don't think they actually believed anything I said. That was just a lie I'd said to buy time. The detectives had said they'd protect me. If that older guy was doing his job right, he'd surely send an officer to protect me. Then I realized. I told the officer my phone number, but I hadn't given him my address. Snap. Rats. Huh? She suddenly struck a pose. Like she was at attention. And then, even more strange, she made the sound effect of her hand snapping to attention with her mouth. Was this another demon spell? No talking to yourself. Kill you? Police? I don't know what you're going on about. She didn't know? Was this some kind of joke? Or was this her way of telling me to forget that anything had happened? What was this girl thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me? Come on, can you stand up? Give it a try. The demon walked over to me and offered a hand. Her expression looked so kind, and up close I could tell that she was pretty cute. Yeah, she's got main character hair. Wait, what had gotten into me? She was a demon. She wasn't pretty cute. She was a murderer. She used Yua and Shogun to try and set me up, and now she was here to kill me herself. I couldn't let myself believe her. I learned my lesson with Yua. I'd never make the same mistake again. I didn't take the hand she offered me. I couldn't let her smile fool me. It was a demonic temptation, and if I gave into it, I'd die. Don't believe anything. Don't listen to anything anyone says. But I saw you. I saw you killing someone. Taku, do you realize that you're saying something pretty mean? It's hard to believe you're calling me a killer. Ta ha ha. What was she doing here? New gen. Like the other 4 times. You're gonna kill me, right? Or are you going to take me to where Yua and Shogun are waiting? Yua? Shogun? Who are they? Maybe the 3 of them were going to work together and kill me when I was helpless. Please no. Don't hurt me. Okay, if you promise not to treat me as a murderer, I won't hurt you. Okay. I knew it. Come on, stop being so scared. You're really trying to make me feel depressed, aren't you? Please, I'll never tell anyone, so let me go. Hello, Taku. Calm down a little. She kept calling me Taku, like we were friends. How did she know my name anyway? She'd known my name when we'd first met at the scene of the crucified killing. How? And did she know where how did she know where the base was? Of course I know. The reason I know your name is... She read my mind! Oh, I have an idea where this is going. I don't know if I like it or not. She had magic clairvoyant powers. I knew it. That's how she found my name and address. Taku, you talk to yourself a lot. I've always thought this, but... Always? Since when was always? Wait, I was talking to myself? I couldn't tell. Really? Was I really talking to myself? Or was it possible she was lying? Was it possible she read my mind? Of course I know your name, Taku. I'm not that good at remembering things, but I can remember my friends' names. Friend? Or is this your way of saying I'm stupid? I mean, I don't get very good grades on my tests, sure. But it kinda hurts to hear it to my face. Was she crazy? Wait, how could I be sure she was the crazy one? Was I crazy, or was she? Maybe transfer student? Oh yeah, there's a transfer student coming soon. Mr. Sukachin was talking about it. We're talking past each other. Fear that I could be killed at any moment was starting to fade, but instead another type of fear was slowly working its way through my heart. Hello? Don't tell me you still don't believe me. Who? Who? Who are you? She was a murderer, the demon girl. Wow, you don't even remember the face of your own classmate? That's really mean. Ooh. We're classmates? Not just friends, but classmates? Oh well, I guess you don't come to school that often anyway. Still, it's kind of mean to just pretend I never existed. By the way, did you forget my name? Yes, you did, didn't you? I'm a little shocked. I'll help you remember then. I'm Rimi Sakihata. Wait, you're not even reacting? Rimi Sakihata. Do you remember now? I never even heard the name Rimi Sakihata before. The only 3D girl I knew who would talk to me like this was Yua, anyway. And Yua worked for her. In a flash, I suddenly understood. This Sakihata girl was using the same trick Yua had used. She was being all friendly, knowing that I wasn't used to talking to 3D girls, then she set me up for a trap. Of course, I didn't remember the faces of all my classmates, but I wasn't interested in trying. But I was sure I'd never seen her in my class, wasn't I? No, I couldn't be sure. Every minute I spent at school, I spent at my desk, either enjoying delusions while pretending to sleep, or staring at the desk or pretending to read a textbook. I didn't remember any of my classmates' names. I never cared enough to. Which was it? Was what that girl saying was true? No, it didn't matter whether or not she was a classmate. The one thing I was sure of was that she was a murderer. Taku, does your memory just not work at all? Well, whatever. Okay, ask Daichin then. Daichin? What the hell was that? A person's name? Some kind of code? A demon spell? You know Daichin? Daisuke Misumi. Huh? She knew Misumi's name? And she called him Daichin? You wouldn't do that unless you were pretty friendly with him. So, here. The demon girl found my phone on the sofa and picked it up, offering it to me. She wanted me to call Misumi, maybe. Back? Welcome back. I didn't like calling people, but if I did do it, she might kill me. Helplessly, I decided to call him. But I realized I didn't know Misumi's phone number. I froze. The demon girl seemed confused before going around to my side and looking over at the phone. Her hair rustled a little bit, and I could smell the sweet scent of her shampoo. Oh, no, that's creepy. I don't like that. I don't like that. She was a demon. I couldn't let her tempt me. Oh my god. Do you not know his number? Oh, why didn't you say so? Sorry. She apologized and took the phone from my hand. For a moment, our fingers touched. She was warm. I guess even a demon had the same blood in her veins as a human. Daichin's number is... Tap, tap, tap. She quickly tapped in the number. From the speed she typed it in at, it had to be one she knew well. Here you go. She offered me the phone. I didn't know what to do, so I took it and held it to my ear. I could hear the same sound of ringing, but then the sound cut off, and instead I heard Misumi's voice. Hello? Oh. Someone answered. The person on the phone didn't give their name. They must have been outside somewhere downtown because I could hear the rustle and bustle of a crowd around them. Who is this? I really hated phone calls. Oh, god damn it. How long has stream been down for? How did I not notice stream had been down? Either way, we're back again, I think, I hope. How are you? I am tired, very tired. But, after stream, I have to work on a paper, so I can't necessarily go to bed for a while. But I shouldn't be awake for too long, because I have half the paper done already. God damn it. Chat stream keeps dying. Either way, to answer your question, I am very tired. I tried to drink coffee this morning, and it was a mistake because I felt like garbage for the entire day. Oh, I don't think I asked how you were doing, Owl. How are you doing? Alright. I really hated phone calls. I couldn't be sure if I was even talking to Misumi. The voice sounded similar, but maybe slightly different. Taku, did Daichin answer? She was staring at me again, this time from right in front of me. Damn it, why did she have to be so close to me? I turned my back to her and steeled myself. Nishi... Oh, it's you, Taku. Was it just me, or was Misumi acting weird? How had he known it was me so quickly? All I'd said was Nishi. I didn't recognize your number. Did you buy a phone? It was a possibility that she was just having me call somebody with a voice similar to his. To fool me. The person with Misumi-like voice was working for her. Maybe... and trying to trick me. Maybe the demon girl that knew that I didn't have Misumi's real number and had set this up from the start. I was starting to get suspicious of everything. I didn't know Oh, hello. Plip, plop, plop, and hello. DT Power, DT is life. How are you guys doing today? Welcome to the stream. I was starting to get suspicious. Good? That's good. I was starting to get suspicious of everything. I didn't know what the truth was and what was a lie. Not good? Oh no, so sorry to hear that. I'm also trans, by the way. Oh, that's cool. Pronoun check. What's your pronouns? Let's share our pronouns so we don't accidentally... I just got AIDS. Oh no. So sorry to hear that. Awesome. I use he, him, or they, them pronouns. Oh. Ads? Oh! Either way, not good. I don't know. Did I read that wrong? I don't know. I can't tell. Oh. Welp. Interesting. Charming. I didn't know what was the truth. What was ups. I didn't know what was the truth and what was a lie. Assuming the demon girl was willing to put in the time and effort to set up a trap like that, what kind of trap was it specifically? Wouldn't it be faster for her to just kill me here? Not intended. Okay. Or was there some reason that I had to be deceived, even if it meant doing so in a really roundabout way? Yeah, that might have been a good idea. Wait, could it be some kind of trick Misumi was setting up? Are you trans? Yeah, I'm trans. I like trains. I enjoy trains too. How are you doing today, sucker man? Welcome to the chat. This girl was his girlfriend, not... Warpies 8 and you populate. Oh. Oh. This is an interesting train we've got going in chat here. Yeah. Okay. Say the word. Okay. This girl was his girlfriend and not a classmate at all, but someone he'd sent just to make fun of me. You want do the sword thing? Yes, please. Okay, let's not do that. Let's not say that, please, and thank you. Yeah, don't worry, Owl, I got it. There we go. Yeah, I don't know if they came back with a different account, but like... How do you ban quick? You click on the person's name, and you should see a little time button, and a little, like a little no symbol. So you just click on the no symbol and it bans them. I'm starting to remember why I stopped using the LGBT and transgender tag. I think I'm gonna go get rid of those just so I don't have to deal with trolls again. Genuinely. How do I get rid of tags? Give me a second. Great people, yeah. Where is... There we go. Unfortunate, but it seems every time I do put the tags in chat, there is always trolls. Anyways. That's unfortunate. Oh well. No, wait, not a chance. How would you explain the crucified murder then? So, Taku, what do you want? I never thought I'd actually get a call from you. Well, I really don't like getting calls from guys, you know. Haha. Oh my god. First day on the job, had to ban 2 peeps. Yeah. It certainly sounded like Misumi. The more I heard him talk, the less likely it seemed that the person I was talking to could be anybody but Misumi. You want me to teach you how to pick up girls? Oh no, Misumi, stop. Misumi, please. Aiden, I need a raise at this rate. Yeah. Oh, I can't pay you, I'm broke. I'm a broke-ass university student. Nah, of course not. Yeah, I know. Tell Star to pay me? I don't think she makes a lot of money either, dude. I wasn't sure where to start. I could feel someone looking at me from behind. The girl was staring at me. And the prickling on the back of my neck was still there. What was the look on her face now? I wanted to look back and see, but I was too scared. She owes me money? Yeah. If you don't need anything, I'm gonna hang up. I don't have time to sit here in silence with you. I'm with the girl right now, okay? Wait. Well, what is it? If you have something to say, then say it. Well... What is it? Come on, spit it out. I know she's playing violin at the moment. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Our class... What about our class? There? Is what there? I have her as a friend? Oh, okay. Oh, you should add me as a friend. After stream, I'll send you my friend code. A girl. Huh? A girl named Sakihara. I was stammering really bad, but I finally managed to explain to him. He suddenly fell silent. I need friends. I will be your friend. There was no answer. But I could still hear the bustle of the crowd, so he hadn't hung up. Why wasn't he answering? Ha. Oh dear. IRL ones and Nintendo ones. Oh. I heard a massive sigh. Okay. Listen. Did you play too many video games and break your brain? Why? Is Rimi supposed to be dead? Is that what's going on here? Hey! What was he talking about? And anyway, wasn't true that video games damaged your brain. It took me a second, cause you said Sakihara, her last name. You're talking about Rimi, right? What? Why? I know you said you're not into 3D girls, but how could you forget about her? She's supposed to be dead, I know it. I'm calling it. I only joined her class this year, but she's been in your class since the start of school. The three of us went to see a movie just the other day. Oh no, she's not supposed to be dead. He's in another timeline. He jumped to another world. Oh my god. I couldn't grasp what this Misumi-like person was saying. The demon girl and I had been in the same class the whole time. The three of us went to see a movie the other day. When was the other day? The only reason you and I are friends is because Rimi introduced us. Shit. He's in another world. She's a weirdo like me. The only people in the whole wide world who actually care about you are me and her. Oh, maybe that's going too far. Haha. Hee hee. Not a single one of the words coming through the phone felt real. How could they? None of the things he was describing existed in my memories. I couldn't accept that they never happened. What this Misumi-like person was telling me wasn't true. It wasn't real. If something really happened, you remember it. Rimi can sometimes be pretty unladylike. Oh, don't tell her I said that. Who are you? Who are you? Aiden, if say the word, not me saying I should ban them. Okay, thank you. Did you really go crazy? You even forgot me too. Too many video games must have scrambled. I couldn't take any more, so I hung up the phone. I suddenly realized that I was having trouble breathing. Well, that's not good. The sweat coming off my brow showed no signs of stopping. If anything was getting worse, I could feel it dripping off me and landing on the ground below. Because I said, should I ban them? They got worse. Oh, okay. Yeah. Taku, you're sweating really bad. The demon girl looked genuinely worried as she handed me a handkerchief. It was a cute red one with no pattern on it. The handkerchief had a slightly floral scent. We good for now, yeah. Definitely stopping using the transgender tag, because I can't use that tag without getting a bunch of trolls, sadly. Unfortunate. It's a shame, yeah. I didn't take it. Instead, I tried to get straight in my head what was going on. It didn't work, though. I just started getting suspicious of everything. So what did Daichin say? She gave a slightly disappointing sigh as she put away the handkerchief, then she took on a victor's smile. It's kind of why I don't want to use disabled tag in my streams, yeah. I surprisingly haven't gotten anybody from using the neurodivergent tag. I'm kind of happy about that. But it always seems to be just with the LGBTQ plus tag and the transgender tag. You get a bunch of trolls. So it happened while I was playing Jackbox with Achilles and some of our friends on Discord once. And ugh, it's just yucky. Twitch is just full of yucky. It was as if she'd known the answer from the start. I didn't have the strength to answer her. Who was this woman? Just my classmate? Or a monster? I didn't know. Maybe I was just crazy. Thinking back to my chat with Shogun, I couldn't be sure that somebody was controlling my body. Oh, excuse me. Or maybe there was some kind of accident that took my memories of this Rimi Sakihara girl away from me and left my other memories intact. What the hell was wrong with me? Amnesia? Amnosia? Sleepwalking? Something else? Are you okay? If it hurts, wanna lay down on the sofa for a while? The demon girl spoke kind words to me. They're not confident in their own shoes if they have to target people who are, yeah. I need to be especially careful around anyone who said kind words to me. Anybody who'd be nice to a creepy otaku like me definitely had some kind of ulterior motive. Okay, good. Sorry, I've had to check the Discord server for a second. Last time we had a troll like that, they actively went out of their way to join the Discord to troll in there as well. Didn't happen this time, thank God. I need to be especially careful around anyone who said kind words to me. Anybody who'd be nice to a creepy otaku like me. Definitely had some kind of ulterior motive. I shook my head. No. Then forced myself to look up. The sweat got in my eyes and made my vision blurry. Her face was closer than I thought it would be. What color were her eyes? Why? What? Why are you here? Oh, sorry for just coming in. But I did knock, you know. You didn't answer at all, and I heard a really loud noise from inside. I was pretty worried. Why? Huh? Now what? Why are you here? I didn't mean why were you able to get inside. It reminds me of when I was young, I asked my mom why people draw penises, and she said they're jealous they don't have one. Yes, that's the reason I draw penis. I didn't mean why were you able to get inside. What was she even doing here? If she came here to kill me, why wasn't she doing anything? Oh, the reason I came? Well, her hand went into her bag and she took out a handout. Hello? I brought you the handout for your post-graduation plans. I took it from her. It said post-graduation plans with 3 blocks below for first preference, second preference, and third preference. Was that really it? Was that the only reason? Go away. I didn't want anything to do with her. It was a terrible idea to get involved with 3D girls. It was kind of a trap. This was some kind of a trap. Don't listen to her. This isn't real. This is a video game. A really buggy game. Look at all these weird plot contradictions. It doesn't make any sense as a story. Just leave me alone. If you're not here to kill me, then just go away. Oh. Damn. And I remember once my sister saying, like, people... They only have one right. Oh, damn. Got him. I'm me, not somebody else. Maybe some other me was friends with Rimi Sakihara, but that had nothing to do with the real me. I put my head in my hands and closed my heart to the outside world. I shivered, trying to imagine a delusion where the girl named Rimi Sakihara wasn't in my room. I soon heard the sound of the door opening, which told me that the demon girl had left. Bum bum bum. That's not the end of the chapter, is it? No, it's not. Good. The only light in the dark room was the pale blue glow of the monitor. It was a screensaver featuring Syra, from a character from Bloodtoon the animation. Rimi Sakihara had been here in this container house just a half hour ago, but now its only occupant was its owner, Takumi Nishijo. It was getting close to 5 a.m. Takumi's daily life revolved around playing video games until dawn, then passing out on the sofa. Right now, he was curled up in a cramped position on the sofa. He didn't sleep on the bed. He had one, but he didn't sleep in it because it was piled too high with CDs and manga volumes. At first, he'd just been too lazy to clean it off, but then at some point it began to function as a storage shelf. Ever since then, he'd been sleeping on the 2-person sofa. Ugh. An awful moan slipped from Takumi's lips. His body was soaked with sweat. His eyelids were twitching. He might have been having a nightmare. His expression warped with pain. He kept tossing and turning as he lay there, almost falling off. Why did we turn to, like, an omnipotent narration? This is interesting. You don't really see this often. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide and he stared at the ceiling. His eyes were bloodshot, and the eyeballs themselves seemed to be twitching a little. He stood up without even blinking once and staggered over to his PC. He didn't sit down. Instead, he moved the mouse while standing up. The screensaver on his monitor disappeared and was replaced by his desktop. His expression, illuminated by the pale light of the monitor, was vacant and empty. His body trembled and shook from side to side. Ooh, is he sleepwalking? Ew. He looked exactly like the typical sleepwalker, yet. He opened up his internet browser in a trance and went to the page for Atchan. We're back on the New Gen incident site. His movements were slow and uneven, but there was no hesitation in his hands as he went directly for the news board's New Gen threads. There were almost 60 in all, and Takumi opened every single one. His gaze was locked on the screen, and he was typing on the keyboard without looking down at it. He typed a message into each of the 60 threads. What is it? Oh, I know what it is. It's pretty explanatory at this point. It's definitely whose eyes are those by this point. The messages he typed were short ones, and the same messages were posted in every thread. Whose eyes are those? Oh my god. He is Shogun, that motherfucker. Oh my god. He is Shogun. Okay. He just he posts as Shogun. I'm okay. But Yuo was right. He is Shogun, and he was sleepwalking, just randomly. Whose eyes are those? I guess. The next day, I headed to the hospital. Last time, I hadn't been able to get the assurance I wanted, but today, I was going to make them tell me I was sane. I was going to have the doctor remember me. I was going to tell him that I was his patient until 4 years ago. And then I was going to have him listen to everything I had to say. I wasn't the crazy one. It was the demon girl and Misumi. I knew that's what he would tell me. This hospital opened at 8, earlier than a lot of them. Was it like being with roommates? Like, you mean what's it like being with roommates? It's pretty cool. That's why I decided to come right on time. Only to find the lobby sofas packed with old people. How? How could there be this many people here when it had just opened? Had they all cheated and got here before it opened somehow? That's not fair. I was angry, but I didn't have any choice but to wait. It was after an hour of waiting that I realized I should have made an appointment. But very shortly after, they called my name. I was relieved to see that I wouldn't have to wait as long as last time. But the doctor waiting for me in the exam room wasn't Dr. Takashina, but a white-haired old man I'd never seen before. Where's Dr. Takashina? The nurse standing behind him, Hazuki, I think, answered apologetically. Dr. Takashina isn't here. Isn't here. He collapsed from overwork last weekend. He's been out the whole week. Oh no, my one ally. Wait, was it really overwork that made him collapse? It's a conspiracy. It's the demon girl. Nishijo. She must have poisoned his food and sent him a threatening letter to stress him out. Is the demon girl's doing? She was trying to isolate me. I had no intention of letting anybody but Dr. Takashina talk to me, so instead of getting an exam, I fled from the hospital. Pop off, I guess. Don't really know what to think about that. My G's driving himself mad. Damn it all. I leaned up against the fence on the roof and looked up at the sky. Sorry, got distracted. What did you say? I don't know, what was I saying? Shibuya's sky was an ugly color. What? Oh, is that what you were asking? What it like being with roommates? It's pretty cool. Yeah. My roommates are cool. And blink twice if you need help. I don't need help, but I do need to continue blinking. I should stay away from that hospital from now on. The demon girl's net was closing in on me. Do they know you stream or no? I don't think so. But you know what? I'm good with that. Maybe there was nowhere for me to run. Maybe that detective I met yesterday was actually a fake and working for her. Maybe she'd use him to test me. I mean, the timing was just too good to be a coincidence. She'd showed up in my room right after the two of them had approached me. She was a demon after all. She wasn't human. She could easily control somebody's mind. I didn't have any proof of this, of course, but I also didn't have any proof that she was a demon. So, I just had to assume the worst if I was going to survive. Wasn't there anybody on my side? Everybody felt like my enemy. Everybody felt like they were working for the demon girl. Save me. Somebody save me. Why didn't I have anybody on my side? Why was nobody helping me? Why did this have to happen to me? I felt so lonely. I wanted something to support me, someone to protect me, something to protect me. Anything, anybody who could offer me help. Go find the sword! Dude. Find it quickly! The sword! Exactly, thank you, Fez. The voice of reason in Takumi's mushy brain. Find it and you'll be saved. Go find the sword. Suddenly I remembered those words. The sword. If this was a video game, the plot would probably involve me being a hero who needed to find a legendary sword to defeat a demon king. I mean, it is a video game. But I mean, I don't think you're defeating a demon king, buddy. Oddly enough, I'd heard the word sword from 2 3D girls lately. And there's still a chance that Fez was on my side. Girl B, Senna, I think, was likely on the side of the demon girl from the way she'd acted, though. A sword. Sword. Get the sword, and then I whispered to myself as if I was in a trance. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry if you can hear that. I don't know how long we've been down for. Just noticed. Yeah, sorry about all the noise. I don't know if you can hear that, but like, sorry in advance. I'm not quite sure how to make my room less noise-proof or more noise-proof. I was willing to cling to any hope now, no matter how small. If I could just get the sword, I would be released from this nightmare. I didn't know that for sure, but I had to hope. I didn't 100% believe Fez when she said it would bring me salvation, but I didn't have any other options. I decided just to look into it and see what I found. I ran a search online. First I checked to see if there were any anime where characters had swords like the ones Fez and Senna had, but I hadn't found any. I'd mostly see that coming. I always kept an eye on upcoming anime. There were 30 or 40 each season, so it was pretty hard, but I always watched the first episode of each series and then decided if I was going to continue it. And of course, I could watch anything that was on satellite TV using YouTube. So there was no way I could have missed one. And I hadn't seen any anime with weird swords, especially ones with such distinctive shape. I would have been sure to remember them if they showed up, and I didn't remember seeing anything like them at all. Unless, of course, I'd been controlled by someone else when I watched the show. Next, I decided to search for the swords themselves, not anime. Crap, it's all video game walkthrough sites. For some of the swords that came up in the results were ones I recognized well, like Ieso's Shangri-La Edge. I wasn't getting anywhere. I needed to find that sword, and fast. I had a feeling that Senna girl had said something more specific. What was it? Remember, you'll be stuck in this nightmare forever. Oh, you just saw shiny Tauros? Nice. Answer me. You can see it, right? The D sword. D sword. That's right, the D sword. I searched for that word. It's horrible. Aww. And I got hits. Just 2, but these 2 links felt like the path that would save me. Desperately trying to calm my excitement, I decided to click on the top one first. Shit, it was down. Damn it, why did it have to be a dead link? It's the same? Oh no. Damn. No, I needed to calm down. I just had to get back and click on the cached version. The page had an illustration. It was based off a description in an old text, supposedly. Okay, let's see. A sword of negative darkness unleashed on the world called the D-Sword. Ooh. What this? Oh, I need to log into Twitter. I'm not logged in. Shit. Oh. My ears. Okay, I'm gonna switch to this side. Okay, there we go. I'll take a look at that after stream because I'm not logging into Twitter right now. A sword of negative darkness unleashed on the world called the D-Sword, a fictional weapon said to be created in the ancient ages of Europe by Gladio, the king of wicked hearts. Made by feeding on humanity's negative emotions, they eventually came to devour the hearts of the Black Knights who took them. But it's the same with only red stripes on it, on its fur. Oh. What makes them distinct from other sacred or magical swords that they are said to be invisible. An unarmed warrior would wave his hand, and just as in the tales of Kamaitachi, their foe's arm would be cut clean from their body and fall to the ground without them, so much as feeling it. There are many tales in the old legends of weapons like this which defied natural law, and the D-Swords themselves appear in several apocrypha and ancient texts. The D-Swords are considered to be another instance of Kamaitachi phenomenon. Kamaitachi are fictional creatures often depicted as monsters, with sharp scythes for their forelegs, but this is best understood as an attempt to depict them as the ancients imagined them. They are in fact creatures with little physical form, like wind spirits. Modern science has investigated the Kamaitachi phenomenon, and scientists now believe that it originated in a phenomenon seen in places with dry air, where a vacuum state is formed that can cut skin. Ooh. So it's from some old legend? A fictional novel based on Eastern European legend of the Gradiol, the king of wicked hearts. This 23-volume high fantasy series depicts the war between 7 Black Knights and Gradiol, written by R.C.O. Ziegler, published between 1929 and 1951, translated into several languages but commercially unsuccessful due to its complex writing style. All volumes are out of print in Japan and difficult to find. But it's not as nearly as cool looking as the one that Senna Girl had. Why did it have to be such a minor weapon anyway? Why couldn't it be Excalibur, or the Blade of Kusanagi, or something else big and famous? No, this wasn't the time to complain. Whether it was famous or not, it was going to save me. I didn't care. I decided to look into it a bit more. I tried the second link on the search page. The phrase, "I bought a D-Sword," stood out to me. Could you buy D-Swords? The author was evidently a man, which meant it wasn't the demon girl or Senna. I bought a sword. It's called a D-Sword, I heard. I just love how freaking weird it is. Town Vanguard is my heart's oasis. These days, you don't see many stores as weird as that place outside of Akihabara. But Akihabara's shops aren't really my style. It's either computer parts or... Yep. With those guys. And that's not me, you know? There used to be so many cool, weird places in Shibuya. Bet you can tell my age from me saying this, but they all disappeared as time went on. And they certainly didn't have the same writing style as Shogun. Either way, they were a different person entirely, or the person writing the blog was deliberately disguising their writing style. There was no way to tell from here, so I stopped reading. The store page referred to Town Vanguard was evidently in Shibuya. Those old shops were incredible. How incredible? They made Town Vanguard look like a toy store for little kids. Rafflemau. Anyway, enough about the past. Who came up with the name D-Sword anyway? It's pretty big and it looks like someone put some time into designing it, but the only reason it could have ended up in a place like Town Vanguard is that cashier. She, is the cashier. She even made a special corner for fantasy weapons a little while ago. It's got stuff like fake ass looking lightsabers and light up shurikens. Kind of a disappointment, honestly. I was hoping there'd be something cooler. I did end up buying. I'm guessing there's gonna be more after that. It felt like too much of a coincidence, or maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe the reason I'd run into the two girls carrying D-swords in Shibuya was that the place was selling them there. Weird things got popular with small subgroups of people here in Shibuya all the time, right? I searched for Town Vanguard, but I couldn't find the store's page. I did find a page with a map, so I downloaded it. If they didn't have a public page, they probably didn't have an online store either. I searched the Taboo auction site, but didn't find anything. I'd have to go to the store directly to see for myself. I didn't really want to leave the house, but I need the sword. I need to get the sword. At this point, it felt like the one good option I had for fighting off the demon girl. I didn't know what exactly I would do to her. I would do once I got the sword. I didn't have the courage to try and kill her with it or anything. But something inside me made me think that if I got the sword, maybe I'd feel just a little less afraid. That was it. The D-sword was like a good luck charm, something to keep me going. There was something strangely compelling about it. The store was somewhere near Cat Street, it looked like. Cat Street was a twisty street that ran alongside Meiji Street, the main connection between Shibuya and Harajuku. I heard once that it was originally a river that got filled in. There were a lot of theories as to why it was called Cat Street. Some said it was because there were a lot of strays there. Others said it was because the street was as narrow as a cat's forehead. A common expression in Japanese, not that I cared either way. Cat Street was a good distance from here. It would take at least 15 to 20 minutes to get there. A bike would get me there faster, of course, but I didn't have one. I didn't want to go near the station, so I opted to go through Shodo and cut across Miyashita Park. I walked a little fast across the bridge over Meiji Street. Ooh, I was finally here. I was in such a hurry that I was starting to get frustrated at how long I was taking. Cat Street was, compared to Center Street, much quieter and felt more like Harajuku than Shibuya. All the stores were selling osare clothes, the kind I never had any interest in. I could tell I was out of place as I walked down the street, and I got more and more upset. This was totally outside my usual territory. There were a lot more couples than there were in Center Street. I could tell they were all window shopping. Lol. Trying to show off because they didn't actually have any money. Losers. Oh my god. I almost regretted coming, but I choked those feelings down and told myself that I needed to get the sword. I walked as fast as I could, face glued to the map, trying to avoid making eye contact with the people around me as I headed to my destination. Excuse me. Town Vanguard was down a narrow side street off Cat Street. So, this is it. One step down a side street and the whole place felt very different. The alley was narrow, cramped, and dirty, much too small for a car to travel down. The buildings were all old traditional wooden houses or empty stores with their shutters pulled down, and all the shutters had graffiti sprayed on them too. You see, even if Cat Street looked fancy with its luxury brand storefronts, that was all just a fake. This dingy alley was the real Cat Street. Behind the facade, it was nothing but garbage and run-down old buildings. Of course, I didn't like the backside any more than the facade. I wasn't any more at home here than on the main street. I had only one home, ESO. Town Vanguard turned out to be smaller and gloomier shop than I had expected. I could tell why the blogger who'd mentioned it had called it underground. There was a sign reading open, but it certainly didn't seem busy. Going inside felt really hard. I was too much of a wimp to go into a fast food place all by myself. How could I go into such a creepy looking place? I wanted to go home. No, I needed the sword. What was I supposed to do? I went back and forth outside the shop for a while. There was absolutely no one else in the dark alleyway. I spent 30 minutes wandering around trying to muster up the courage to go in, but not a single soul came by. Many times I almost felt brave enough to go in, only to give up at the last second. But I couldn't give up and go home empty-handed. This was the only place I could get a D-sword. But my instincts weren't willing to let me go inside. I had a delusion where the shopkeeper came out to meet me. Of course she was a cute maid and spoke to me in a manly voice. Of course that's what your delusion was, Takumi. Why wouldn't it be? She knew exactly what I wanted and offered me the D-sword with a friendly smile. Please take this sword, master. No. No. Everything would be so much easier if that happened, I told myself. And maybe my wish was heard by someone because a 3D girl did come out of the shop. Her outfit wasn't anything like I'd expected, though. It was some kind of ethnic clothing. It looked really flashy, but the girl herself seemed really gloomy. She had long hair done up in an afro, tied up in a bandana with a strange, eerie design on it. She said she'd gotten sick of watching me wander around outside her store, so came out to check on me. My delusion hadn't become a reality. Well, of course, that can never happen. Before I knew it, she dragged me inside the store despite my reluctance. I hadn't even had time to say no. I ended up inside. I'd overcome the first hurdle at least. But what if the store was actually owned by the demon girl? And the whole D-sword thing was a plot to lure me here. I could be killed at any minute. I looked around the dimly lit shop. There were no other customers. The air was stale, and there was a thin haze. It smelled like a mix of cigarette smoke and mold. 5 minutes in here, and I'd probably be ready to throw up. I could see what looked like merchandise, but I couldn't tell if it was for sale or not. It was all placed randomly throughout the store, and still here? Nice. To tell the truth, it might have all been garbage. It certainly didn't have price tags on it, and I realized after I got inside that there were a lot of ugh. Okay, this place must have been some kind of adult knick-knack shop. Despite how eager she was to get me inside, once I was past the door, the woman quickly ignored me. She sat down on her stool next to the register and smoked a cigarette. So this haze was at least partially her fault then. I hadn't even been inside for a whole minute, and a combination of nervousness and embarrassment, as well as how sick I was feeling, was making me sweat hard. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Time to find that D-sword fast. I walked towards the back, looking at the shelves as I went. I quickly found the fantasy weapons corner. The blog that I had read had talked about this one part of the store stood out from the rest. There were several toys lined up carefully in a display. The toys themselves all looked cheap. Actually, I realized they were mostly just different colored lightsabers. Some of them were so cheaply made that they were obviously fakes. I wasn't sure if they would even light up. The light-up shurikens that the blog had talked about were sold out, it seemed. That was kind of a surprise. But there was one thing mixed in with the lightsabers that was very clearly different from the others. Just one look at it and I recognized it as a D-sword. It was just like the one I had seen online. I picked it up. It was lighter than I expected. What was it made out of? Soft plastic? There was no blade. The edge was smooth. I ran my finger across it, and of course, it didn't hurt at all. Compared to the other ones that Senna and Fez had, it didn't have any weight or a complex design, and certainly wasn't sharp. Maybe it was a fake? I was a little worried, but this was the only thing in the shop that could possibly be a D-sword. Did this even light up? The one Fez had been swinging around at a concert had some kind of glass embedded in the blade, which had lit up with a pale light. It was really cool. But there was no glass on the one I was holding. Maybe I should just give up on buying it. This D-sword was such a piece of junk that I was ready to give up, even after coming all the way here. But find it. Quickly, the sword. Find it and you'll be saved. I remembered Fez's words. Right, if I didn't buy it here, I wouldn't have any clue as to where to get another one. Maybe it just looked cheap, and when it recognized its rightful owner, it would suddenly transform into something with incredible power. Maybe I'd just seen too much anime and manga. But Senna and Fez both had D-swords that seemed to possess a strange strength. Maybe this sword would turn out to be the same. What should I do? As I stood there, uncertain, the clerk came up behind me. She grinned a gloomy smile and pointed at the D-sword. 10,000 yen and I'll throw in a little bonus, she whispered. I was so stunned at how cheap it was that I couldn't believe my ears. I had some decent savings built up for my RMT business. 10,000 yen was cheap enough that all I have to do was pass on buying a single figure. Oopsies. When I heard the price and also that it was the last one the store had, I bought it immediately. The bonus was a cheap bangle bracelet. Total garbage. The true nightmare began once I bought the sword. Oh god, it always begins when you buy the sword. Always. Town Vanguard didn't ship. You had to walk home with anything you bought. Even if it was a toy, the idea of carrying this huge sword across the middle of Shibuya was enough to quench any excitement. What? I had already paid, though, and the clerk steadfastly refused to return my money. This was going to be incredibly humiliating. Oh. You're not getting a sword. Oh, okay. Cool. You need an owl translator? My owl translator isn't here. Star is my owl translator, but she's not here. I had to... Oh, god damn it. Of course, the DQN couples and well-dressed ladies all chuckled at me as they walked by. Damn it, I wish... Oh, jeez. I headed home, delusions filling my mind of me swinging the sword wildly. Oh. Lovely. And we wonder why you're a suspect for murder. I was finally home. I had started running once I gotten closer, and I was out of breath by the time I gotten up to the base. The cold gazes of the people I passed hard really stung. Well, let me get you one. They're not working right now. Okay. I don't know how Senna had managed to endure this humiliation. It was something I could respect in a way. There's no way I could do it. Huh? Suddenly I heard a sound from the other side of the base. Was someone here? I froze and gasped. I remembered the smile I'd seen on the face of the demon girl who called herself Rimi. Maybe she'd come back. This time, maybe she'd come to kill me. What should I do? Run? I could sense the presence of someone in front of me. The setting sun cast someone's shadow on the ground. It was clearly the silhouette of a woman. I quickly raised my D-sword. Holding it in my hands like this, I realized what a piece of crap it really was. The one Senna had held had a strange power and intensity about it, but mine didn't seem to have anything like that. Maybe it was a fake after all. Could I really fight with this thing? Not a chance. Even if it was real, I still couldn't actually fight someone with it. Holding it in my hands, it felt weirdly heavy. Maybe I was holding it wrong? It didn't feel like something I could actually swing like a weapon. The shadow suddenly began to move. It was coming closer. Stay away from me. I closed my eyes, thrusting the sword out in front of me at a random angle. Not that I expected to hurt anybody with it. I had a faint hope that this sword would maybe, just maybe, help me. But then, nothing happened. My foe didn't say a word. Maybe the D-sword had annihilated the demon girl with a single swing? If so, that would be incredible. Brother, what's that sword? Huh? Oh, poor Nanami. I opened my eyes, but instead of the demon girl, I saw Nanami. She was looking at me with contempt in her eyes. Soliloquy. I love this song. Wait, hold. Someone got a sword today? Oh. The tension drained from my body. I collapsed where I stood. This song's been stuck in my head for the past week and a half, guys. Don't scare me like that. This was just awful. She was an awful sister. What kind of awful sister likes to entertain herself by scaring her brother? Who the hell did she think she was anyways? This was why 3D girls would always be inferior to 2D ones. I wasn't trying to scare you. I just came here to see if you were alive like I always do, but you weren't here. I had to waste 30 minutes standing here worrying about you. I wasted a lot of valuable time because of you, brother, you jerk. Worry? Was she worried about me? I refuse to be fooled by such an obvious lie. So where'd you go? You almost never leave your room. And you weren't picking up your phone either. I left the phone in the base. I knew nobody would call me, so there was no point in taking it. What's that sword anyway? Did you buy it just now? She was staring at the sword, looking a little confused. Oh, I get it. Some kind of anime toy, right? You really are an otaku. You look ridiculous with it, too. You looked so wimpy a minute ago when you were holding it. I'm laughing just thinking about it. I ignored Nanami and opened the padlock on my room, then tried to head inside. Hey, don't ignore me. Leave. You know, I'm alive, now go home. She was always making fun of me, and did nothing but complain every time she came here. If she really hated it that much, then she should just leave. I certainly didn't want her here. Listen, I came all this way to make sure you were okay. Would it kill you to show a little gratitude? I even brought you a present. She pouted at me. A present? Yep, Mom said to bring it to you. Here. She handed me some mandarin oranges, 10 or so, and a red net bag. It wasn't a great present. I'd eat mandarins if there were any lying around, but they weren't exactly a favorite of mine. Anyway, I wanted to rest for a little before I go, so I'll eat them with you. Go home. I can't believe you. Your little sister is here with a present, and she's offering to eat with you. You should be happy. What was there to be happy about? Why would I want to eat oranges with my little sister anyway? She probably just wanted to eat some herself. She always was a big eater. She used to always eat my food too. We got in fights about it all the time. Nanami went inside the base, ignoring my protests. I had no choice but to follow. Got any tea? I'd like something hot. Of course not. I only drink soda. Nanami sat down on the sofa and took out an orange. I sighed and set the D sword up against my computer desk. I didn't need the bangle, so I tossed it off into a corner. Huh? What's that? Nanami quickly picked it up off the floor. Hey, this is cute. Did you buy this too? It's actually pretty nice, particularly something for something you bought. Cute? How? It was cheap. It was a cheap thing, probably not worth more than 500 yen. Nanami just had terrible taste. I ignored her and took a seat at my desk, grabbing an orange as I did so. Hey, are you going to throw this away? Well, I don't need it. Okay, give it to me then. Huh? You don't mind, right? You're just gonna throw it away. You should act like a real big brother for once and give your little sister a present. It's not a present, it's just some junk you want. Fine, take it. Really? Yay! She was certainly easy to please. As soon as I gave the okay, she quickly put the bangle on her arm. Such a cheap little sister enjoying such a cheap gift. Well, does it look good on me? Not at all. Oh, okay. Gave her a present, right? So why was she treating me like this? What kind of little sister calls her brother a jerk? Where did she learn to do that? Go play. No. Takumi, I hate you so much. I dislike Takumi with a burning passion. Hee hee. She was smiling too. I was really getting angry. I like this, so I'm not giving it back. Actually, this may be the first time you've given me a present. I guess I'll just have to take care of it then. Whatever, nobody asked you to. I didn't even buy it for you. Anyway, you're done, right? So leave. I'm busy. Don't get in my way. Suddenly, she looked upset. You don't have to be so mean, you know. I haven't eaten my oranges yet, and you haven't given me my tea. I don't have any tea for the likes of you. She glared at me, shoulders heaving with rage. Eventually, her eyes started to tear up. Fine, if I'm really bothering you that much, then I'll leave. Yeah, go. Oof. Poor Nanami. Honestly, that's a fair request. I wish that would also happen to Takumi. Baka. Her high-pitched yell echoed through the room as she grabbed her bag and flew out the door with incredible speed. Ooh, at least the storm was finally over. Every time I talked to Nanami, I felt exhausted. Why did she keep coming when she knew how much I didn't like it? Read the room. The first melt ended with better results than expected. Nozomi. Why does that sound familiar? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Nozomi. Who is... I swear there was somebody named Nozomi. Was there not? Am I thinking about something else? The increase in the GE rate showed only minor deviation from the initial projections. The biorhythm control is going well too. Shibuya's GE rate is higher than other areas. It's especially stable too. And that makes it easier to manipulate, and in addition to drastically raise the people of Shibuya's biorhythms. Please see the report for the results of our experience. You'll be satisfied, I'm sure. It's only natural you deliver results given the amount of money and manpower we're offering you. I understand its effectiveness well. My church has found its believers growing exponentially over the past few months. Project Noah will advance to the next stage. Then, will that be alright? What about code sample? We've secured 3 people, but we're not at target number, are we? Indeed. We need a minimum of 5. The sample holders are steadily gathering. All that's left is to take them when we need them. I'll leave it in your hands then. May the divine light save us. Go about your efforts with the utmost caution. Yes, I'm aware. Huh. Did not mean to throw that really hard off my ear. There we go. Okay, interesting. Ooh, I think it's time to sleep. Ooh, do we get another Shogun? Do we get to see Shogun again? I bit back a yawn and looked over at my PC's block. It was showing 5 a.m. Jesus Christ. I spent the whole night grinding in ESO and hadn't gotten the rare item I wanted. 8 hours of work and nothing. Excuse me. I'm hungry. Go get something to eat, Owl. Well, it happened a lot. I looked over to the side of my computer desk. The D-sword I bought yesterday was still there. It was close enough that I could grab it at any time. You're too lazy? Oh, rip. It hadn't glowed at all, but for what it's worth, but I was hoping that at some point it would transform into an awesome weapon like the one Senna had. On the monitor, Grimm's avatar had just leveled up. My Nightheart was max level, so he wouldn't level up again. As I rubbed my tired eyes, I wondered if it was time to make a third character after Lissalot. I found myself thinking about experience points. They were something you saw a lot in video games, but the way I saw it, they were experience points in the real world too. When I'd started ESO, I'd been a completely clueless newbie, but now I was Baselard's famous lightning fast Nightheart, the game's ultimate warrior. So for instance, was it possible that some of the person inside me's experience points had been reset somehow? Maybe that's why I'd forgotten things that I should have known. Maybe that's where the weird inconsistencies in my memories had come from. Like with Shogun or the Demon Girl. Before I'd lost my experience points, that is, the person inside me had used the nickname Shogun in chat. Maybe the Demon Girl Rimi had been a big part of my life too, and I wasn't a friendless otaku. No, that was going too far. But maybe before, I had some kind of incredible power that would let me fight the Demon Girl. I wondered if I was the only person who could come up with an idea like this. Not that it really seems that strange to me. Humans could only ever judge things by standards they created for themselves. Did that mean it was possible that I, not just me, but everybody else in this world was wrong about everything? When I was little, I'd gone to the dentist and they'd say, "You did a great job not crying when it hurt so much." Back then, I'd felt kind of proud for enduring the pain, like I'd done something special. But looking back, they were probably judging how much pain I was in by looking at how bad the cavity was. But maybe the same level of pain was really bad for some people, and not so much for others. Maybe the way people felt things or sensed things was totally different. Take giving birth, for instance. I'd seen a lot of people online, for instance, saying that women could handle the pain, but men couldn't. Or what about marathon runners? Maybe what made them special wasn't their stamina, but the way they could endure pain. Or maybe take S&M. Some people enjoyed receiving pain, and some people enjoyed giving it. So maybe everybody had different ways of experiencing their senses and different levels that they could endure. Maybe the toothaches and headaches that I sometimes had to put up with were a level of pain beyond what an ordinary person could handle. And if I could pass that pain to them somehow, they'd die on the spot from shock. Ooh. All the speculation left me with the selfish delusion that I was somehow special. So I'm special, huh? Nah, no way. I denied it, but I'm sure it was a delusion everybody shared. Every man wants to be the strongest in the world. Everybody wants to think they're special, chosen. They want to believe a dramatic future filled with adventure is waiting for them, like on TV or in the movies. The desire to be a hero, I guess you could call it. It was childish, really. Of course, I had that same desire. Maybe it was my destiny in life to defeat the Demon Girl. Of course, if someone actually told me to do it, I'd have several conditions. I'd need cheat codes, obviously. Like God mode, for one thing. Or invincibility. I didn't want to be scared or get hurt. If I couldn't have that, in other words, if I had to do it right now, I would absolutely refuse. Which meant that if the person inside me's experience points had been reset, I might be at a big disadvantage. I was almost late today. Maybe staying up till dawn to play games before a school day was a mistake. I had to run to make it in time. When I arrived outside my classroom, I paused to catch my breath. I didn't want to do anything to attract attention from my classmates. Being late was a potentially fatal mistake. If any DQNs took an interest in me, my life was over. I slowly walked into my classroom. My head was pointed towards the ground and I avoided looking at anyone. Of course I didn't give anyone a cheery good morning. I tried to make myself as invisible as possible and I headed for my seat. That was how I always did things. Like usual, I reached my seat without any issues and sat down. I quickly put my head down on the desk. Now I'd be safe for the rest of homeroom. Or so I thought, until I was lightly tapped on the back. Hey Taku, you came to school 3 whole times this week. You're turning into a teacher's pet. Misumi again. I sighed, but it wouldn't be right to ignore him. I began to raise my head and stopped. I popped back in. I thought they was shirtless for a second. Was this Misumi? Really, Misumi? 2 days ago I called him like the demon girl had told me to, but something had been very wrong. He acted like the demon girl was in our class. That was impossible. Maybe the demon girl... No, that would make the game 100 times better. No, I would get banned from Twitch, Owl. I already had to set my channel to mature audiences only because of this game. I don't want to accidentally get banned. But it's worth it. No, it's not worth it. Or maybe he'd become somebody else entirely. Hey, what's wrong? You in sleep mode already? A loud electronic noise echoed through the classroom. I felt a slight vibration near my chest. It was my phone! Damn it, why now of all times? It's worth it to me, damn it. Okay. It's worth it to you. What kind of idiot would call at a time like this? And why was it playing the ringtone when I'd set it to vibrate? Maybe I'd messed up the settings. Sorry, that was me texting you. Hey, your phone's ringing, Taku. I know that. Should I answer now? But if I did, Misumi would know that I wasn't asleep, and I didn't like answering the phone anyway. But if I didn't answer, though, it would annoy the rest of the class. Having my phone's ringtone drown out the rest of the classroom was bad. I needed to stay invisible. This was really bad. No one answered my texts. Yeah, Takumi. Answer Owl's texts. Hey, you're not going to answer? Are you actually asleep? But now I'd missed my chance. I couldn't move. Suddenly the sound and vibration stopped. It must have gone to voicemail. I let out a sigh of relief, being careful not to let Misumi hear me. I was glad I learned how to set up voicemail. Hey, Taku, who was that? A girl? It's the girl you were walking home with, isn't it? It is, right? Gosh, shut up. I'm already attracting too much attention because of the phone call. Please just leave me alone. Was Misumi always this annoying? He was always too friendly, but he hadn't been this annoying, right? Leave him alone. Oh my god. It's Rimi. That voice. It was coming from right next to Misumi. Just leave him alone, Daichin. He seems like he's tired. She was in this classroom acting like she belonged here. He was probably up all night playing video games, right? You're too nice to him. Well, you're an enemy to women everywhere, so I'm not nice to you, that's all. Yes, preach Rimi. We stan Rimi. She was talking like she belonged here. She was fitting in like she belonged here. I was too scared to look up. I didn't want to admit that girl was there. Well, even if you're not nice to me, I know lots of girls who will be. Misumi. Misumi, you are yucky. Nobody likes you. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If your girlfriend heard you say that, she'd cry. Not that I have any idea who your girlfriend is right now, though. Anyway, the bell rang. The teacher's coming. Had the demon girl really always been my classmate? No, that was impossible. She wasn't here 2 days ago. Misumi was the only one who'd talked to me that day, and I hadn't come yesterday. And now she was here today. How had she wormed her way in? As the homeroom chime rang, everybody headed back to their seats. I fearfully looked up, trying to see as much as I could without moving my head. I wanted the voice to be a hallucination, and for that to happen, I needed to prove she wasn't in this room. I didn't see her. I didn't see the girl. Maybe it was a hallucination. My seat was in the 5th row. There were 9 rows in all. She wasn't in the seats in front of me. Did that mean she was behind me? I didn't look back, but I couldn't do something that would attract so much attention. Damn it, this was so frustrating. Was she in the room, or wasn't she? I didn't feel the prickling on my neck. Nobody was looking at me. I couldn't sense anybody's gaze. Was she here? Was she not here? Which? I stared down at my desk, trying to see if I could sense her somehow. Then I heard the sound of the teacher coming into the room. I forgot their name. It was Tsukaji or Tsukata or something, I think. It was the phys ed teacher, and he was a huge meathead. But he didn't yell or do any physical punishment either. If anything, he was kind of a teacher who could take a joke. There was a mild murmur of surprise going up and down the classroom, but I was too busy thinking about the demon girl to worry about it. How the hell was I supposed to sense anybody? This wasn't a manga? Was I just stupid? Yes. We have a transfer student joining us today. The teacher spoke in a whisper. So that's what the fuss was about. Go on, Orihara. Introduce yourself. I couldn't hear the transfer student's voice. Was she really here? I took a glance at the front of the room. Sure enough, there was a girl there. She was really tiny. She might have been smaller than Nanami. She looked kind of weak and timid, in a moe sort of way. Ugh. She was pretty cute for a 3D girl. Maybe for some reason, there were tears in her eyes, and she was looking down. The class started to murmur louder as it became clear that the transfer student wasn't going to say a word. The teacher gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Seems Orihara's a little nervous. Alright, we can skip the introductions. Everyone, this is Kozue Orihara. Make her feel welcome. Orihara, your seat's in the far back row. You can sit down. The transfer student bowed silently and started to walk toward me. Her seat would be 4 rows behind me. I thought about pretending to follow her with my eyes as she walked so I could look back and see who was there. But if I did, I'd stand out a lot. Some DQN might see me and say, don't stare at the transfer student just because she's cute and then try to beat me up. What should I do? Turn around or wait until homeroom ended? My head drooped as I squeezed my fists tightly. It was no good. I didn't have the courage. If I turned around and saw the girl, this person is like me. I could hear her speak. The transfer student passed by me. Huh? The next thing I knew, I was looking up. She's got a fucking sword! What the fuck? How are all these people sneaking swords into school? Dude. They just have swords for some reason. I don't know why they have swords. Oh, she's holding the blade, like she's not gonna cut her hand, like what the fuck. The transfer student stopped for just a single moment as she walked by my desk. She didn't look towards me. She was holding what looked like a giant iron plate. Nah, dude. That's a fucking sword. Huh? I blinked and it was gone. What was that? Was I seeing things? I'm glad we're in the same class. She quickly passed by my desk. What? What was that? Was she talking to me? Why was she suddenly talking to me? Like me? I'm glad we're in the same class? Had we even met before? No, I didn't remember her face at all. There was nothing in my past involving a long-forgotten childhood friend either. Nothing... Stop comparing your life to an H game, please, for the love of God. Ugh. Maybe I was finally starting to get popular? Or was the transfer student with the demon girl? If so, the net was closing in even tighter. it would get harder and harder to run away. Did I remove some of my rewards? I'm not sure. Actually, did I? Probably. Yeah, I think so. I had some sound alerts, but I had to get rid of those because they weren't working. I also had to get rid of the Name the Shiny because Pug God just kept spamming the name the Eevee milk, so I got rid of that. I'll think of some other rewards. Oh, I also got rid of the singing one because I don't really want that to be redeemed while I'm here, because that would just be embarrassing. You can make it a higher price. Yeah, but still, it was just getting very annoying. So I just decided to get rid of it. I don't know. If you have any suggestions for point rewards, I will gladly take some suggestions because I have no idea what else to put now. Okay. What was the last thing you got rid of? It was the singing one. I had one for like 30,000 points. If you redeemed it, I'd let my Spotify playlist pick which song I'd sing. But I don't really want to do that in a, maybe limit to one per stream. No. No, it was just, yeah, it was causing people to just giving you ideas. Yeah. But yeah, it was just causing a bunch of spam in the chat, so it was getting a little bit annoying, so I just got rid of it. Homeroom came to an end as I tried to figure out the answers to the new doubts that were rising within my mind. There were 5 minutes until first period started. Misumi was already on his way to the new girl's desk. He was evidently aiming to start hitting on her first day. Oh, thank you for the stay hydrated. I don't have water, but I do have Gatorade, so I'm gonna drink that. My other classmates were all curious about her as well. The classroom was a lot noisier than usual. On the surface, it was a peaceful, ordinary day, but to me it felt like I was in the middle of an empty camp. My heart was pounding so hard it wouldn't calm down. My whole body felt tense. It took a lot of courage just to move a single finger. I was fighting the impulse to turn around with the knowledge that doing so was suicide. Taku? Bum bum bum. My breathing almost stopped. My mind went blank. The voice was right behind me. She was here after all. She was right here. You don't look so good. Are you okay? Run. Run! I tried to, but my legs were shaking too much to stand up. You need some water, boy. I will get some water after stream. I actually have to rinse out my water bottle because I put coffee in it this morning. So I'm gonna have to wash that after I'm done. I hope the ending of the chapter is soon. Been live for 3 hours and I still have half of a paper to write. So hopefully it's not too much longer. As I sat there frozen, the demon girl, Rimi Sakihata, came around to my front. Suh, demon girl, what's good? You're soaking with sweat. Did you catch a cold? Just like she had 2 days ago, she sounded worried about me. Just like she had 2 days ago, she offered me a floral-scented handkerchief. Ask one of your roommates to get you some, maybe? No. That's too awkward. I'll get some myself later. It's fine. I stay plenty hydrated throughout the day, Owl. Don't you worry about that. I didn't take it. Instead, I wiped the sweat away with my hands. Why? You need to talk to them more? No, too awkward. I don't know how to talk to people. You're gonna be with them for a year. Yeah. Owl, you can't talk to them. You don't know who they are. What? I couldn't even look at her. I could hear her voice that she was smiling though. Hey, what were you talking about with her? Remy crouched out and put her hands on the desk, resting her head on them to look at me. She was looking at my face again. This way I will talk to them to know who they are. I looked away as fast as I could. Damn it, was she just not going to let me escape no matter what? My heart was about to burst from fear. Somebody save me. I'm really curious. What was she even talking about? Who was I talking to? The transfer student. She whispered something to you when she passed by your desk. They're probably wondering why I'm there. Yeah, probably. Do you know her? Remy was still smiling, but I was imagining it. Or did her voice sound like she was interrogating me? I thought you were interested in real... Oh, jeez. Remy. Were you lying about that? Oh, Remy. Don't go doing that. What do you care? Was she trying to find out my personal information so she could threaten me or something? No, I wasn't into 3D girls. That was something I was always clear about. Okay. Wait, is she just reading his thoughts? That's a little bit sussy. That's a little bit sketch. Remy, you sus? You pretty sus. Are you interested in me? Tahaha. A freezing chill ran down my spine. More sweat was pouring down my forehead even though I'd just wiped it away. Was that a threat? Was that a threat? I don't know. Is that a threat? Or was she telling me to join her, or was she trying to act moe and seduce me so she could set me up in a trap? It's a trap! My brain is where no one wants to be. Bro, same. Alarm bells were going off in my mind. Lot of hentai. Okay, never mind. We're definitely not the same. No, not same. Not same. I couldn't say another word to Demon Girl or I was doomed. Are you joking? Okay. Huh? Taku. I didn't even think about it. I just leapt out of my chair and ran out of the classroom, tripping over the other students' desks as I went. Ah, nice. You ever just run in a straight line through the desks? Oh. Yeah, I have certain areas of my brain. Most of it is it's like a Google Chrome window where I have music playing in one tab. I have all of my hyperfixations at the moment split up into different tabs, just kind of playing over each other all at once. It's very interesting. Then the rest of it is my obsessive thoughts from OCD, which is not fun. But you know what? We try not to think about those, but you know what? We're good. We're going with life. We're feeling great, you know? In my doors? Oh. You okay, bud? Slightly. Not really, actually. The good thing is I am seeing a therapist on campus, so hopefully that will help. Did I upset you? No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just sharing too much. Thank you, Owl. I ran straight up the stairs of the school building onto the empty roof. I am a DM away. Thank you. I hope you know, same goes for you too. If you ever need to talk, DM me. But still, I couldn't relax. I decided to crouch down and hide behind something. My knees were shaking. I was amazed I'd managed to run like this. Maybe that was just a sign of how desperate I'd been. I couldn't take any more of this reality. Even that D-sword I bought turned out to be useless. I couldn't take it to school. It would stand out too much. I don't know, that new girl seems to be bringing her D-sword to school. Like, no problem. Nobody noticed. It's fine. Just say, I will stop. What the fuck are you doing? Talk to me. I'll be there. Okay. I'd let my guard down. When Misumi had told me that Rumi was our classmate 2 days ago, I thought it was a lie or a delusion. But she'd really become a classmate. There was no sense in trying to figure out how she'd done it. She was a demon after all. She could do things that humans couldn't. Maybe she brainwashed the class, maybe even all the teachers. I try to help people a lot, I know. I couldn't go to school, I couldn't go to the hospital. Yua had been at Cafe and Shogun had found me online. Her servants were getting closer and closer to me, and they were launching consistent psychological attacks too. Maybe I'd do better just not leave the base. To just not leave the base. There were too many enemies outside in reality. They were consistently threatening my peaceful life. I looked up at the blue sky where the white clouds were flying freely below the wind. If only I could be one of those clouds. Poor guy. About 3 hours passed. I spent the whole time silently crouched on the ground. For now, nobody seemed to be following me. Only after that was I able to relax. The problem was, what did I do now? Somebody was sure to come here to eat during lunch. Maybe my best option would be to run out of school and back to the base during 4th period. It would screw up my schedule, but I didn't have anywhere near the courage I need if I wanted to go back to class with the demon girl waiting. My bag was still there, but I just have to forget about it. The only thing it had in it were books anyways. My important stuff like my wallet and keys were all in my uniform pocket, right? I got worried and double-checked. Wallet, key, phone, they were all there. Only then did I remember that someone called me earlier. It had really freaked me out when it happened. Not as much when Rimi spoke to me, though. Who could it be? Who could it be now? The only people who could possibly want to call me would be my family. It was most likely Nanami, right? She didn't care about whether she was bothering me or not. Who else would know that number? Oh, I also told it to those detectives. If it was them, maybe I should have picked up. We never did discuss exactly how they were going to send police officers to guard the base. The LCD display showed the number of the person who called. It didn't look like it was Nanami. I noticed that I had a voicemail too. I didn't recognize that number from somewhere. Did I recognize that number from somewhere? I decided to check my call history. There were only 5 calls there. In other words, only 5 times had someone called me since I bought my phone. 3 of them were from Nanami. What about the other 2? There was one from 5 days ago and the one just now. Their number wasn't in my contacts. It wasn't showing up as a name. They were both from the same number. 03X733X991. If they left a message, it must mean they really wanted to talk to me. Who could it be? The police, most likely. Or it wasn't Misumi or the demon girl. Both of them were right in front of me when the phone rang. Who else could it be? Maybe Yua? But there was no way she could know my number, and there was nothing I had to say to her now anyway. The only way to find out was to listen to it. I looked around to make sure the demon girl wasn't anywhere nearby and put the phone up to my ear. This is your voicemail service. You have one new message. First message. Message left on Friday, October 17th at 8:28 a.m.
なんぞこれ。
What the heck? What I heard wasn't a voice. It was a melody I knew well. It seemed to be playing somewhere far off in the distance. The caller might have been standing near a traffic light. You heard that melody a lot at crosswalks to let the blind know that the light had changed. The song was called Turianse, by the way. A lot of people knew the melody, but not many knew the lyrics, probably. I knew them, for what it was worth. I learned them in elementary school. I didn't remember them completely, but they went something like this. Hey, it sounded like the way back is beep boop beep boop. It sounded like an ambulance or something. It was probably coincidence, but it was still creepy. Just after the melody cut off, I heard what sounded like a loud buzzer. The volume was so loud I yanked the phone away from my ear. What the hell? I fearfully put the phone back to my ear, but the message was over. What was that about? It felt like I'd heard the earth rumbling at the end too. The buzzer was totally different than the traffic signal. If it was that loud, they must have brought it right up to the phone. A prank call? My heart was racing. Had I done something to piss somebody off? Who'd even made this call? I had their number so I could call back if I wanted to, but I didn't have the courage. There was nothing I could do about it, and anyways, I was still in the middle of something much worse happening to me. I put my phone in my pocket and left the school, watching my surroundings as carefully as I possibly could. Funky. Takumi Nishijo's alma mater? Is the desk light starting to go out? It's starting to flicker, I think. Shit. Kitazawa Elementary School number 2 was 5 minutes away from a privately operated train station. Yasuji-ban had the idea of talking to his old teacher, but when he called the school, he found they'd passed away. Instead, he opted to talk to the person he spoke to on the phone. The current head teacher, a man named Kamio, he and his partner had come here to do just that. It was a Saturday and the school was closed. Bon and Suwa were standing in front of the school building looking at it. There was a very eye-catching picture drawn on the outer walls. Bon wasn't the artistic type, so it was beyond him what the thing meant. It looked like a spiral, but it had changed into 7 different colors from top to bottom, so it felt kind of like a rainbow. Bon waved his fan as he stared at it. His partner Suwa pushed the call button on the gate. Bon suddenly looked around. It felt like somebody was watching him. It was an unpleasant, clingy sort of gaze. Whose eyes are those? Am I that cool? He struck a little pose. He looked stylish and cool, he thought. Why are you posing like that? It's weird. Poor guy. There's an entrance around back they've asked us to use. Bon gave up on his pose and sighed. He started to walk. It didn't take long to find the teacher's office. The back gate led to the school's rear entrance, and a turn off the hallway inside took you there. There were, of course, no children inside the school. It may have just been the shiny linoleum, but the air felt cooler than it did outside. There were 3 teachers in the teacher's office. One of them stood up and bowed as the detectives entered. His rapidly graying hair was parted, and he had a pleasant smile on his face. This was Kamio. Bon and Sua brought out their IDs almost precisely at the same time, giving brief introductions before getting to the point. It was Sua's job to do the talking. We'd like to hear what you could tell us about the former student Takumi Nishijo. I remember him, yes. He wasn't in my class, so I can't tell you too many details. Will that be alright? Sua nodded and opened his notebook and started taking down a memo. What kind of kid was Nishijo? He was difficult, I'm told. Special. Special? He had a certain illness that would normally make it very difficult for him to mix with the other students. How specifically? I'm not sure if it's okay for me to say. Would you please ask his family or his doctor? Almost all the schools were like this these days. They didn't want any trouble. They'd refuse to do anything that could result in an angry phone call from a parent. It made the cop's job a lot harder. What happened to his teacher? An accident. During a field trip, the class's bus was going across a bridge when it collapsed. Oh, I remember that. It was on the news. The kids were fortunately just injured. None of them died, but Mr. Saito unfortunately was not so lucky. It was very unfortunate. And Nishijo was hurt in this accident as well? Kamio shook his head softly. He was absent that day and didn't get on the bus. Why was he absent? I remember hearing that his illness took a sudden turn for the worst. Bon vaguely remembered the incident too. He'd seen in the media standing outside the house of the one boy who hadn't been injured for days on end trying to get an interview. The boy had never shown himself, however. It was a sad accident. For some reason, Kamio repeatedly seemed to put emphasis on the word accident. What was that supposed to mean? What? Huh? Okay. Having a quick chat with Grimm before diving into ESO was becoming a daily routine of mine. We never talked about anything specific. We'd swap information about the latest @Chen threads, or talk about naughty stuff, or our latest favorite manga, or the anime we'd seen the other day, stuff like that. Oddly enough, we didn't talk much about ESO. We'd do more than enough ESO chat when we were playing after this. Have you heard anything about weird pranks lately? It was just something I heard. I don't know if it's really something people are doing, but like, they play weird noises on your cell phone. They say naughty things with a moe voice. God. Well, what kind of H game is that? I mean, if it was, I'd love to get pranked. So what kind of whose eyes are those, is it? Grimm kept using that phrase. Instantly, I felt sick. The sentence didn't even make sense. Was the phrase funny enough that he had to force it in everywhere? I didn't think so. At least, if anything, it was stupid. But I couldn't start an argument until I'd asked him about the prank. I decided to just put up with it for now. Like the sound of some nasty... Oh god. No, we're not reading that. That would be awful. Actually, it's Toriance. That's a song, right? The one they play on crosswalks? Sorry, I can't read. There's the chat box. The transparent chat box is in front of it. Yep. And then suddenly it changes to this bzzz noise. And it's really loud. You ever heard of a prank like that? I mean, it sounds like something @channelers would do. The strange noise that had been left on my phone yesterday. I didn't know who was behind it, and it was pretty unnerving, so I decided to try and ask Grim. If it was just a prank, I could forget about it. Huh? Why wasn't Grim responding? Yo, Grim, are you alive? Hello? You fall asleep? There was no answer. It was rare for Grim to pass out on me during a chat. It had never happened before, actually. But if it happened, it happened. I'd see him later in ESO, and I could talk to him then. Just when I was about to get up out of my seat, back, I ran a search on @chan about that prank you were talking about. Oh, is that what he was up to? But that would mean that even Grim didn't know about it, and he actually knew everything, and he usually knew everything. Nobody was talking about it, though. Not just on @chan, but the rest of the internet. Then it must be somebody who had a personal grudge against me then. I was starting to get really curious about who it could be, but I didn't have the courage to call them back. I suddenly had an idea. I knew the phone number. I could have somebody else call it for me. Maybe Nanami or Misumi? Those would be the two safest bets. No, Misumi was brainwashed by the demon girl. He wasn't a good choice. Nanami was my little sister, so it would be easy to ask her. She'd get really mad later, probably, but that wasn't my problem. It was the least she could do after all the bullshit she put me through. I said thanks to Grim and ended the chat, promising to meet up with him later in ESO. My stomach was starting to rumble. I was hungry. Did I have any instant ramen somewhere? I looked, but didn't find any. I had no choice but to go to the convenience store. I hope we're getting close to the end of the chapter. The sun had already set. I would have preferred not to be out at night if I could avoid it. Lately, only bad things had been happening at night. I headed to the convenience store, my feet moving faster than they usually did. It was Saturday, so normally I would have seen a bunch of people on the street. Today it was empty. Although all the stores that would usually be open were closed, it was kind of strange. Maybe I'd forgotten what time it was. I had thought it was 7 p.m., but maybe it was actually 2 a.m. or something. No way. Still, it was way too quiet. You couldn't hear any of the noises you usually heard in the city. The town felt different somehow. I made it to the convenience store in front of Shinsen Station. Even the area around the station was completely devoid of people. I was starting to get more than a little scared. When something you'd expect to be there suddenly vanishes, it makes you feel like you've been sucked into some strange other world. Normally, I avoided any interaction with other people, but today I longed to see somebody's face. I ran into the convenience store. There should at least be a cashier here, I thought. I looked around. There was nobody. Oh! Uh-oh! No customers, no employees. No way. That was impossible, right? The cashier must just be in the back. If I took my stuff up to the register, they'd come out right away. I forced myself to take my time picking out a boxed meal from the refrigerated section. I even pretended to look at the manga magazines before finally putting my meal on the counter next to the cash register. Nobody came out from the back. I looked around. Still, nobody came out from the back. I took out my wallet and checked how much change I had on me. Nevertheless, nobody came out from the back. I picked up the box meal and made a little noise with it before placing it back down, but nobody came out from the back. I didn't have the courage to say anything, even if there was nobody here. Even so, nobody came out from the back. I thought about trying to leave without paying, but I decided I couldn't take any risks that might end with me getting arrested. Regardless, nobody came out from the back. The cashier must just be taking the garbage out. Again, nobody came out from the back. Maybe they're taking inventory or something. And yet, nobody came out from the back. I finally got so scared I just put the thing back on the shelf and left. Okay. I guess nobody came out from the back. I came to the railway crossing right next to the station. I could see the Shinsen station platform clearly from here. There was no way a station platform could be empty, I told myself. It was just impossible. But of course, there was nobody there. I decided to wait for a train to come. If a train stopped at the station, people would surely get off. And even if nobody did, I could see somebody in the train as it went past. But nobody came off the train. No, I'm just kidding. I waited 10 minutes and there was no sign of any train. I tried to tell myself that there might have been an accident or something that had thrown the schedule off, but there still wasn't a single person on the platform. Only then did I realize the seriousness of the situation. It didn't make sense. This wasn't right. I decided to head to Shibuya Station. There was always somebody there. I was sure of that. The area around Shibuya Station was always busy, 24 hours a day. I couldn't take the fear anymore, so I started to run. I ran as fast as I could. Even when I started running out of breath, I still didn't stop. I wasn't sure if I'd ever run so hard in my entire life. As I ran, I wished this was all just some awful dream, but it wasn't. My heart and lungs were in so much pain, I thought they'd explode. There was no way this pain could just be a dream. I was surprised at how intense my breathing was, but no matter how much air I took in, the pain didn't go away. I headed down the Dogen Zaka hill and finally got within sight of the 107 building. By that point, my legs were barely moving, my body felt incredibly heavy. But I forced my legs to move forward. I didn't even have strength left for looking around me. My entire consciousness was focused on getting me to Scramble Crossing, the symbol of Shibuya. Almost there, just a bit more. I have to make it past the 107. Then I'd be in the busiest place in Japan, the place where everyone mixes together when the walking sign changes. That's why it's called Scramble. Scramble. But nobody was there. Empty. The whole of Scramble Crossing and Shibuya Station were empty. A world without sound, a world that was dead. The air around the crossing was filled with a flood of sound, but today it was ruled by silence. All I could hear was the sound of my own panting. Impossible. I fell to my knees in the middle of the wide road, but I couldn't take another step. But more than that, the shock had drained all the strength from my body. This is Shibuya, right? There was nobody left to my left or right, or my back or front, anywhere. It was the busiest time of the week, 7 p.m. on a Saturday. What was going on here? This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes and put my hands up to my head. This was a dream, an illusion. It couldn't be real. Sure, I thought I'd want to live a quiet life all by myself. I didn't want to get caught up in anything or have anyone meddle in my plans. But that didn't mean I wanted to be the only person in the world. If there were no other people, who was going to pay my living expenses? If there were no other people, who was going to make the meals I got from the convenience store? If there were no other people, who's going to play ESO with me? If there were no other people... Sound. I heard a sound. It wasn't me. It was a sound someone else made. Someone was here. Someone else was close. I felt saved. It was just random chance that the crossing looked empty. No one actually had disappeared. I hadn't been left alone in the world. I was almost ready to cry from sheer relief. I turned towards the sound. Is it somebody with a sword? No, it's not. Who are you? Your mom. No, I'm just kidding. It was a boy in a wheelchair. He was silently sitting there some distance from me, but still in the middle of the road. It was hard to figure out how old he was. If I went just off his height, I would have thought he was in elementary school. He had a hat pulled down over his eyes, making it hard to make out his face. But we finally meet. The boy's voice was strangely clear, as if it was being whispered into my ear. I actually found myself turning around to check if someone was behind me, but of course nobody was. What's going on here? I asked him. Why isn't anybody else here? Do you know why? I do. His voice sounded young, but not like a child's. But more importantly, did you get my message? Message? I didn't know what he was talking about. Who are you? His wheelchair advanced forward, his wheels turning just a little. It must have been an old chair because it made a rusty creaking sound as it went. Whose eyes are those? That's the question. Are you Shogun? Is this guy Shogun? I mean, we already know that Takumi is Shogun, but like still. You Shogun? Right? I wasn't sure what to think. Why had this boy suddenly said, whose eyes are those to me? Right here, right now. Who was he? Wake up. Soon. Ho ho ho. Otherwise, even more people will die. Okay, so Shogun is the killer. Who are you? I rubbed my eyes, wiping away my tears. Only then could I finally see his face. Spooky. Okay. The boy wasn't a boy. His face was wrinkly like an old man. His cheeks were caved in. His eyes sank deep into his skull. The whites cloudy, and he had no eyebrows. Yet his body was as tiny as a child's. I was right! How was... I should just stop guessing. For a moment, I forgot to breathe. My head felt like it had been hit by a hammer. The ground seemed to shake. No, it was my body that was shaking. I put a hand on the asphalt to support myself. What had he just said? Whose eyes are those? Shogun. This was Shogun? Don't forget. You mustn't run. I looked up and saw that Shogun had already turned away from me. His wheelchair was creaking as he slowly disappeared. It didn't even occur to me to try and follow him, or ask more questions, or to punch him in the face for getting me caught up in this. I wasn't any good at any of that stuff. My head was starting to hurt. Did he sleepwalk into the middle of Shibuya? This motherfucker seriously just got up and walked in the middle of Shibuya. Taku? The silent world suddenly began to fill with static. Who was that voice? Oh dear. Don't look at me. Taku. The static began to change into a voice. Somebody was putting their hand gently on my shoulder. Get out of the way. What's his problem? Kids these days. Some kind of street performance? Taku? I looked up, still reeling from the headache. Hi, Rimi, what's good? I sleepwalked into the middle of Shibuya. The demon girl, Rimi, was leaning over me, looking down into my eyes. Still here? Nice. Her eyes were clear and filled with life. Those eyes stared at me, and only me. Once again, she'd shown up out of nowhere. Can you walk? Come on. She put her hands under my arms and tried to help me up. I screamed and pushed her away. Then I came to my senses and looked down. I was still in the middle of the road, but I wasn't alone anymore. There were people all around me walking past me without the slightest bit of interest. Taku. Rimi seemed like she was about to cry as she looked at me. Uh-oh. Seriously, how long is this chapter? Okay, we're back. Good. Sorry, that stream keeps dying. I am so sorry. This stream keeps dying. Unfortunately, the Wi-Fi here is not good. For now, just listen to me. Stay away from me. I screamed. The aching in my head turned into a stabbing pain. I tried to fight the pain and crawl away from her, to put as much distance between her and me as possible. It's you, right? You made me see that. It was your delusion. You controlled my mind. Some kind of mental attack. We back. Yes. Owl, I'm so sorry. Stream keeps dying. You demon. I'll kill you with my sword. Aw, you sound crazy, Takumi. If I can just get back to the base, I've got a D sword. Smack. Good, you deserve it, asshole. Felt a sudden shock on my cheek. It stung and started to feel hot. Rimi had slapped me, yeah. 'Cause you need a good slap, dude. Ah. This time she was going to kill me. No, she's just fed up with your bullshit. I tried to crawl away as fast as I could, but Rimi easily grabbed my hand. She pulled me close with a strength. With the strength, it was hard to believe a girl. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, big hugs, big hugs. Aw, that's so wholesome. Big hugs. And held me tight. Aw. So wholesome. Big hugs. Her soft body pressed against me gently. It was so warm. I could smell just the slightest hint of sweat. Her long flowing hair tickled my nose. Calm down. Listen to her. Calm down. It was the last thing I expected her to say. I could feel the strength leave my body. It's dangerous to stay here. Her voice sounded a little sad. I couldn't tell if she was crying. Look, the crosswalk signal's red. I wasn't sure what to think. Wasn't she here to kill me? Why was she saving me? Wasn't that hallucination of people disappearing from Shibuya something she'd forced me to see? No. We alive, don't worry. Okay, good. Once I'd feel this gentle warmth from her, once she'd held me in her innocent arms. How could I still be sure? How could I stop myself from thinking that maybe Rimi Sekihata wasn't a demon at all? Was I just a fool? Was I falling for her tricks? The one thing I could be sure of was that I felt so safe and peaceful in her arms. What was this strange feeling? Rimi let go and put her hand to my cheeks and looked me in the face. Her eyes were a little red. Please? Just for now, follow me. Okay? I nodded. We were standing in the middle of the now empty crosswalk. People on both sides of the road were staring at us as they waited for the light to change. I could hear the laughter starting to bubble up from the crowd. The cars all had their headlights pointing at me and were starting to honk their horns. Rimi held my hand tightly and started to run towards the sidewalk. I followed along, letting her pull me forward. We managed to make it through the noise of the horns to the sidewalk. Rimi let out a sigh of relief and stopped. She was still holding my hand. Just touching her made me feel calmer and calmer. It made me want to give in to the feeling and stay like this forever. Rimi turned towards me. I'm glad you're safe. She looked so happy. I couldn't believe that look on her face might be a lie or an act, but... Let me go. I thought of her as my enemy for so long. I thought of her as a demon. If I gave in, I'd cease to be me. That's how it felt, at least. Oh, sorry. She let go. You surprised me, though. You're just lying out there in the middle of the road like that. Where is everyone, by the way? I don't know. Probably doing something more important. I was so worried when the light turned red. She sounded happy. I turned away. Down the Pokemon train. Probably, yeah. I turned away. I started to push through the crowds and walk forward. And going home. Oh, then I'll walk you home. You're not feeling well, right? I could hear chasing after me. But I shook my head no. Taku. The cheerfulness in her voice had vanished. I felt really bad since she just saved me, so... Thank you. Just barely managed to squeak out the words. I certainly didn't think they'd end up merging all three of the task forces into one. Yasuji-ban sighed bitterly to himself as he looked at the rows of detectives assembled in the Shibuya police station's large conference room. The Inokashira Line Shibuya Station bathroom murder, what the media had taken to calling vampire, had pushed the Shibuya police's available manpower to its absolute limits. And with three bizarre murders in the same district, it was looking more and more likely that a single culprit was responsible for all of them. Some officers had suggested leaving the Cornelius Tower suicides to the Youth Crimes Division, but the media was treating them as part of New Gen. And they'd take a lot of flack if it seemed like they were leaving it out. It was only natural that HQ would decide to bring the task forces together into one big team. Right now, the new, bigger group was going back over each case individually. There was a big screen at the front of the room showing slides of the crime scenes. Sua had been assigned to give the briefing on them. He and Bon had been up all night frantically going through all the case files, all 4 cases. Good luck, kid, Bon said to himself, resting his head on his palm. The Cornelius Tower group suicide took place on September 7th. This was the first of 4 cases that the media referred to as New Gen murders. At around 11:30, a group of 5 boys and girls fell from the Cornelius Tower heliport. They all died on impact. They were all minors, high school kids, 3 boys, 2 girls. 2 of them, a boy and girl, went to the same school. The rest attended different schools. Autopsies showed that they all had the same fragments of flesh under their nails and scratch marks on their palms. We can conclude from this that they likely held hands as they fell. There was no sign of any suicide note left behind on the roof. The 5 of them seemed to have met after school and headed to Cornelius Tower. As for the question of whether this was a homicide, it's worth noting that the Cornelius Tower roof is off limits to visitors. At the time of the incident, the door to the roof was locked and no fingerprints from the victims were found on the doorknob. None of the deceased had a key on their bodies when they had been found either. This implies that a third party besides the victims was present at the scene. Our current assumption is that the third party had the key to the door and locked the door and left either before or after they jumped. We've questioned every employee at the Cornelius Tower Hotel. Almost all of them had an alibi. We're now talking to the employees of the companies that are located in the tower. None of the 5 victims had any motive for suicide that we've been able to find. We have testimony from family, friends, and teachers for 4 of the 5 that they would have absolutely no reason to kill themselves. Ooh. The slide changed, moving the second case, the murder of the college kid and unborn baby under the Shibuya Station tracks. Ugh. As for this case, which they are calling the pregnant man, it took place on September 19th, 12 days after what's been termed the group dive. It was a worker at a local karaoke place who discovered the body. They found it at approximately 5 a.m. The victim was one Chizuo Konoe, a third-year college student in Shibuya. He was 21 years old. The victim was deceased at the time he was found. Estimate time of death was around 1 a.m. on the 19th, 4 hours before the body was discovered. The victim's stomach was abnormally bloated. An unborn baby was found within it. An autopsy revealed that someone had opened the victim's chest while he was still alive and put the baby inside his stomach. Oh. The infant was likely deceased at the time. The victim would have died after his belly was sewn back together. We found indications that he ripped at the stitches and tore some of the thread. The baby would have been in its 8th month of development, and we believe it was removed from the mother's body via C-section. For now, we know nothing about the mother, not even whether she's dead or alive. DNA analysis revealed that the baby and victim had no genetic relationship. For what it's worth, the baby had blood type B, and the victim had type A. Sua paused to take breath. Talking so much had tired him out. It looked like giving a presentation in front of this many older detectives was probably nerve-wracking too. Now on to the third incident. Crucifixion murder at Maruyamacho. There was a slight pause before the crucified slide came up. Uh-oh. We lost it again. Oh, we're back. Okay, cool. Good. This is the shot of the scene. This is a shot of the scene. This one took place on September 29th. The victim was one Hisashi Ota, age 56, a professor at Todai University. A man who lived in a nearby apartment was one to find the body. Cause of death was strangulation. After death, he was nailed to the wall with 10 or so stakes. Wasn't there more stakes in the version, like when Takumi found it? I'm pretty sure there were more stakes. As you can see, there are few wounds on the body itself. While some of the stakes did go through the flesh, they were primarily nailed to his clothes. The media is calling it the bloody crucifixion, but there was no blood loss whatsoever in the victim. The nails used were cross-shaped stakes sold by a German company named Kreuznagel. I probably botched that extremely hard. The choice of a cross-shaped nail is a distinctive one, and we're currently looking into any religious connections. The incident occurred between 9 and 9:30 p.m., and we have reports from residents that they heard the sound of nails being pounded into a wall for at least 10 to 20 minutes. Since this matches the estimated time of death, we can assume the victim was killed at the spot, or failing that, somewhere nearby. We also have unreliable report of a sighting of a female Suime Academy student in the area. Oh, my G really do be looking like a gel nana though. Lastly, the Inokashira Line Shibuya Station bathroom murder, aka vampire. This one happened on October 10th. It was found approximately 5:30 a.m. A station employee was the first to find it. We know nothing about the victim for the moment. They didn't have any kind of identification with them. Time of death could be anywhere between 10 to 6 p.m. on the day prior. The body was drained of blood and looked like something like a mummy. As you're aware, this photo was taken by an unknown party and uploaded to an internet auction site approximately 15 minutes before the body was found. Bond grimaced a little as he listened to the explanation. Was this the killer's way of saying that death had become fashion or something? How long am I going for? Either 10 o'clock or until the end of this chapter, whichever one comes first. So in about 50 minutes. Unless we get to the end of the chapter first. Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay, I guess we're done. Cool. Damn, we got no twist this chapter. Except for the whole we know who Shogun is, I guess. Oh, in chapter 4, do we get the D sword finally? The funky sword? What time is it for you right now? It's 9:10 right now. So I guess we're ending here. As much as I would love to do chapter 4 because I wanna see the big sword. But I have a paper to write. So I'm gonna do that. I posted my stream schedule in the Discord, but I'm gonna tell you now. So like generally going forward, except for next weekend, because I'm going back home. It's 2 a.m. Dude, go to bed. So next weekend I'm going home, so I won't be streaming next weekend. But after next weekend, I'll be streaming Chaos Head on Saturdays. Normally at around... Really, stream? I'm just gonna type it out because this is dumb. Okay. I don't know if you can hear me, Owl. Yeah, I'll I'll just DM it to you. Um, Either way, thanks for hanging out. This was fun. I've been waiting too long to play this game again. Yeah, stream just keeps dying. Sorry about that again. Internet here kind of sucks. But at least it's reconnecting. So at least we got that. Yeah, no problem. I'm not complaining, by the way. I would be here if it was 5 a.m. Dude! Go to bed. I need to take my headphones off. My head is killing me now. It's my choice to be here, but bro! Staying up all night is not good. Also, we got some nice rocking chairs on campus, so if you see me rocking, that's why. But, like, it helps me focus more, so that's good. Either way. Yeah. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you maybe next Sunday, depending on when I get back. But as for right now, I'm not planning on streaming next Sunday. I'll DM you my regular stream info. I gotta go write a paper, go to bed, have a great night, morning, have a good day when you wake up, I guess. And yeah, we'll see you later.